It's a pleasure to have you join us on News Now on TV360 Nigeria. I am Okpeyemi Owosheni. Retail outlets owned by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited adjusted the pump price of petrol on Wednesday in Lagos and the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. In Lagos, many NNPCL outlets sold a litre of the essential commodity for 998 naira, above 150 naira higher than the initial price of 855 naira. Long snake-like queues were also seen at NNPCL outlets at Abulu-Egba, U-Turn, Abattoir and others around the axis, as a sudden increase set motorists and not owned by the NNPCL followed suit, as they also incrementally adjusted their pump prices, with many selling as high as 1,050 naira in many parts of Lagos. In Abuja, the situation was not any way different, as NNPCL retail outlets hiked the price of the essential commodity from 897 naira to 1,030 naira per litre. The fresh increase followed the September 2nd, 2024 increase by the NNPCL retail company per litre of petrol from 568 naira to 855 naira, outrage across the country. Nigerian Labour Congress increase in petrol pump price, saying it will further deepen poverty in the country. NLC President Joe Ajaero, in a statement on Wednesday, said the increase will further deepen poverty as production capacities dip, more jobs lost with multi-dimensional negative effects across the city. The union demanded an immediate reversal of the hike, while accusing the Nigerian government of only focusing on fuel price increment. Ajaero challenged the government to go to the drawing board and present citizens with a blueprint for inclusive economic growth and national development instead of a spasmodic palliative policy. The security matters now followed the first one undertaken by the minister on August 31st. Speaking to newsmen on Wednesday, Matawale reiterated the Nigerian government's commitment to ending the scourge of banditry in the northwest. According to him, the country has recorded some level of achievement, particularly the killing of notorious gang leaders and group members at different places, and relative peace has so far been recorded, specifically in Sokoto State, Zamfara and said the sustain the onslaught until the north and the entire country criminals. Still on security, Nigeria representatives has called on Nigeria security agencies to reinforce security measures by deploying additional personnel in Fasari, Kankara, Sabua, Katsina State, northwest Nigeria. Now, this followed a motion on urgent national importance by a lawmaker representing the constituency, Shehu Dahalatu, on the need for security agencies to intensify efforts to rescue votes.
The recent surge in attacks recorded in Katsina State has been characterized by attendant loss of lives and rustling of domestic animals. Like in other states in the country, insecurity in Katsina has been driven to alarming rates as residents now live at the mercy of the terrorists. Speaking on the floor of the House, the lawmaker lamented the loss of lives, destruction of property, and displacement of residents as a result of the frequent attacks, emphasizing the profound impact on the affected population.
On Friday, 4th October 2024, armed bandits ambushed members of the Katsina State Community Watch Corps, an initiative put in place by His Excellency the Executive Governor of Katsina State, Dr. Duk Umar Rada, along Ankara Paskari Road, killing 6 members, wounding 2 others, and seizing their weapons. Just 2 days later, on Sunday, 6 October 2024, the bandits targeted innocent people at Balandawa village in Paskari local government, killing 3 and kidnapping some women. The violence escalated again on Monday, 7 October 2024, when the bandits attacked the Puntua Gusau Road, killing 1 person and kidnapping unspecified number of commuters. Further concerned that the situation has deteriorated to the point where bandits now officially provide bank accounts for ransom payment to be made for kidnapped victims. This audacious act shows not only for the impunity which these criminals operate, but also raise significant concern about the security of the telecommunication and financial system in the country.
Members also called on the Nigerian government to provide increased support to the Nigerian military and other law enforcement agencies, ensuring they have the necessary resources to continue their critical work in protecting and serving the nation.
On the day of the flood, our military and other law enforcement agencies responded with exceptional speed and coordination. Their swift deployment of rescue operations not only saved numerous lives, but also provided necessary aid and support to the affected families. The key points to be considered are: 1. Rapid response. The military immediately response to the disaster showcased their readiness and commitment to humanitarian efforts, demonstrating that they are not only defenders of our nation, but also protectors of our citizens in times of crisis like this. 2. Collaboration with local and state authorities. The seamless collaboration between the military, police, as well as local government and state government demonstrated a unified approach to the disaster management, ensuring that resources were optimally used for effective rescue and relief operations.
Members also applauded the seamless collaboration between the military, police, and local and state governments, demonstrating a unified approach to disaster management in the country, ensuring that resources were optimally utilized for effective rescue and relief operations. Victoria Akonde, TV360 News, Lagos.
Meanwhile, the Lagos state government has pleaded with youth in the state to enroll in military. The secretary to the state government, Abimbola Salu Ndein, made the appeal on Wednesday during the quarterly meetings with the chairman and members of the T in Ikeja. Salu Ndein said that security of the nation was everybody's business and being in the military was a service to the state and the nation at large. According to Why, it was disheartening to know that indigenous youths of the state were not enrolling into the military as seen during the last recruitment. While urging indigenes of Lagos not to miss the opportunity, she added that the Nigerian government has said that recruitment into the military must be on an equal number and that each state, including Lagos, has 150 slots into the military. Away from security issues now, the Nigerian Senate has mandated immediate compliant local government funding. The resolution was reached on the floor of the Senate on Wednesday after a debate on a motion by lawmaker representing Anambra North, Tony Nwoye. In his lead debate, Senator Nwoye raised concerns about governors trying to enact laws to control local government's fund illegally. Other lawmakers underscored the urgency for adherence to judicial mandate to enhance transparency and accountability in local governance.
Two prayers are as follows. All states and local governments to fully comply with the recent Supreme Court judgment on the disbursement and utilization of funds accruing to all local governments in Nigeria.
Local governments should be allowed to exercise that responsibility of a third tier of government. So in any attempt of any state, House of Assembly, trying to make law that will now mandate this revenue coming to local governments to be controlled by another account before the money gets to the local government, I think is undermining the Supreme Court judgment.
The court has already decided that the money of the local government councils should be released directly to the councils. And for us to start debating it, it's going against the spirit of the Constitution, since there is already a constitutional provision to that effect.
Bordering on attempts to circumvent the ruling of the Supreme Court. And I want to thank all of you for your contributions, and I assure you that the 10th Senate, working with our colleagues in the House of Representatives, will alter any aspect of our Constitution, amend any section of our laws to ensure full autonomy to the local government administrations in this country.
Labour Party chairmen in the North Central State have reaffirmed their commitment to supporting the embattled the party's position nationwide. The chairman also extended their congratulations on his Tuesday's legal victory at the Federal High Court in Abuja, which upheld his leadership and validated the March 2024 Nnewi National Convention, where he secured his second term in office. In a statement issued on Wednesday by the National Vice Chairperson of the LP for the North Central Zone, Ibrahim Idoko, the party leaders commended the judiciary for its decision, describing it as a testament to the strength of Nigeria's legal system and the Labour Party's dedication to democratic principles. Idoko, who serves as the Benue State Labour Party, lauded the presiding judge, Justice Emeka Nwete, for ordering the Independent National Electoral Commission to recognize Aburi's leadership. Idoko called on all aggrieved members to set aside their differences and work together to ensure victory for the party in the upcoming 2027 general elections. And the Lagos State government has disclosed that only 15% of property owners in the state have building approvals, while only 75% have complied with the physical planning laws. This comes as the state government is set to review the urban development plan to meet infrastructure demand while creating opportunities for stakeholders to take advantage of investment at the Maiden Physical Planning Summit. The State Commissioner for Physical Planning and Urban Development, Oluyinka Olumide, and his Information and Strategy meet scheduled to take place on October 15th and 16th at Victoria Island, Lagos, where stakeholders are to brainstorm on ways to chart a new course for the team. Thinking Lagos, a new vision for a regional and integrated mega city, will have stakeholders from both the private and public sectors to address challenges in physical planning within Lagos State.
Rethinking Lagos, and you agree with me that I think it's high time that we have to rethink our dear Lagos. A new vision for regional and integrated mega city. Of course, Lagos, as of now, enjoy the status of a mega city. And I think it's evident on us to come down under that realization to actually map out plans to ensure that we position ourselves to continue to enjoy that status. And what exactly, maybe before I even go into that, let's look at what are the visible challenges that is leading us into all these things. You will all agree with me that land mass as given by God is always fixed. For us in Lagos State here, we have 3,577 square meters of land. Now, of this land area, over 20% of it is water. And we are regularly faced also with problem of decaying infrastructure because of population stress. You know, we are one country, a federated company, and country, and there is no restriction, there is no visa. People can move from any part of the country to the other. Fortunately or unfortunately, by virtue of what God has bestowed on us in this part of the country as Lagos State, it happens to be a state that we all in the country believe that we have to get, because action actually takes place there. So we all believe that we all must be in Lagos. So that puts a bit of stress on us in terms of plans. So again, for us in the ministry, we have to continuously review our plans to ensure that we meet up with the of the state.
The Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, has directed that the Lagos-Abeokuta Expressway should be reconstructed with concrete pavement to address the threat of water to asphalt pavement. Umahi gave the directive during an inspection of emergency repairs of a 7-kilometer stretch of the road within Lagos State. He noted that the Ogun section of the road was already being handled by the state government. The minister said that concrete pavement will address the threat of water to asphalt pavement, assuring that funds will soon be released for the completion of repairs of the remaining 11-kilometer stretch. He told the contractor handling the emergency repairs to concentrate on deploying the stone basement and reopening it to traffic. In her remarks, the Federal Controller of Works in Lagos State, Olukorede Kesha, appreciated the minister for his intervention to bring succor to the sufferings encountered by users of the Lagos-Abeokuta Expressway.
It became a nightmare. And so, because of public outcry, the governor of Ogun State excised out the section of Ogun and he has awarded it, and work is ongoing. And this is in line with the directive of Mr. President that any governor, state governor that wants to do a road, that there is nothing actually called federal road or state road or local government. The important thing is the welfare of the people, that a road is motorable for the people to use and do their business. And so we allow the governor of Ogun State to help his people in the section in Ogun. Now we have 18 kilometers that is left.
The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control has destroyed counterfeit and expired products valued at over 10 billion naira in the Northeast Zone. The public destruction exercise was conducted in Gombe State on Wednesday. During the event, NAFDAC's Director General Mojisola Adeyeye, represented by the Northeast Zonal Director Kenneth Azikwe, emphasized that the agency's action was a demonstration of its ongoing commitment of safeguarding Nigerian markets from substandard, falsified and harmful products. The destroyed items, including food, drugs, cosmetics and other regulated products, were seized by NAFDAC's regulatory and enforcement officers. According to Adeyeye, the products could have posed serious health risks to countless individuals if they had entered circulation in the region. She encouraged Nigerians to remain vigilant and report suspicious products to the agency, emphasizing that collective efforts are essential in building a safer and healthier nation. Now, in case you missed any of our news bulletins or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV and AVO TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery and Apple Store. On Facebook, we are TV360 Online.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
And in the world of business, the Nigerian government says it has finalized executive order to implement zero value-added tax and excise duties on pharmaceutical products and medical devices. Disclosing this in a statement on Wednesday, the spokesperson of the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, Alaba Balogun, said finalization of the executive order's harmonized implementation framework has now been cleared for gazetting. According to the statement, the gazetting of the harmonized implementation framework represents the realization of the third pillar of the ministry's 4-point agenda, which focuses on unlocking the healthcare value chain. This comes about 4 months after the coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Mohammed Pate, announced that President Bola Tinubu signed an executive order to increase local production of healthcare products, including pharmaceuticals, diagnostics, devices such as needles and syringe, biologicals, medical textiles, and others. And a civil society organization under the platform of the Civil Society Network for Good Governance has condemned the growing trend of unauthorized withdrawals from customers' accounts by bank staff in Nigeria. At a press conference held in Abuja, the group's vice president and public engagement personnel, Bassa Muhammad, cited the recent alleged 16.5 billion naira that the founder and leader of Living Christ Mission, Onukoju Victor Obianjunwa, and the proprietor and chancellor of Ezekiah University in Imo State trusted Polaris Bank with into a fixed deposit account. Mohammed disclosed to newsmen that a significant portion of the quoted sum was unauthorizedly withdrawn without consent and no detailed explanation issued by Polaris Bank. Bassa demanded immediate investigation and prosecution of those involved, urging the Economic and Financial the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Nigerian Police Force to take swift action against those involved.
Lord Mayor Onukogu Victor entrusted Polaris Bank with the substantial sum of 16.5 billion naira at 16 billion 500 million naira placed in a fixed deposit account. The bank, through its systems and staff, confirmed receipt of this deposit and pledged to safeguard it. However, in a shocking twist of events, which turned out to be a breach of trust, a significant portion of this deposit was unauthorizedly withdrawn without the consent of Lord Mayor Obianjunwa. Despite repeated efforts by Lord Mayor Onukogu Victor to resolve the matter, Polaris Bank has failed to act swiftly or transparently. The theft of such a large sum not only undermines the public's faith in the banking system, but also exposes a deeper systemic issue of internal fraud and weak oversight within Nigerian banks. This is one out of so many. There are so many of these things across the banking sector. Of course, we're also aware that this particular matter has been reported, and we are also going to lend our voice to further call for more action on this matter. So we are submitting petitions on this matter as well. But we are aware that the matter has been reported, but until this minute, except maybe during the course of this press conference, the refund has been made. Until this minute, we have not heard that that money has been refunded. And there are so many other cases like that. And many a times, what usually happens is that these things happen in very negligible sums. But you can imagine you take 1 naira from 1 million accounts. That's 1 million naira. You take 10 naira from 1 million accounts, that's 10 million naira. You take 100 naira from 1 million accounts, that is 100 million naira. So if you look at these little deductions and withdrawals and all whatnot across the banking sector, you realize that the money that is being taken from Nigerians is very, very huge. Let's not forget also that we have to pay at the point of POS. It's practically as if we buy cash to do transactions within the same economy. So all we are saying is that, look, this is just an example, but we are going to follow this up to show Nigerians what is possible so that they too will come out and always fight for their rights.
And oil prices rose on Thursday, underpinned by a spike in fuel demand as a major storm barreled into Florida and raised concerns about potential supply disruptions in the Middle East amid heightened tensions between Israel and major oil producer Iran. Brent crude futures rose 24 cents to $74 a barrel, while U.S. West Texas Intermediate futures were up 28 cents at $73 a barrel. The world's largest oil producer and consumer has been hit by a second major storm, Hurricane Milton, which made landfall on Florida's west coast, spanning tornadoes and threatening surges of seawater. The storm has already driven up demand for gasoline in the state, with about a quarter of fuel stations selling out of supplies, which has helped to support crude prices. And on the foreign scene, Hurricane Milton has weakened further and is now a Category 1 hurricane according to the U.S. National Hurricane Center's latest advisory. The storm struck Florida as a Category 3 storm late on Wednesday after weakening from a Category 5 storm. U.S. President Joe Biden has warned that it is expected to be one of the most and worst destructive hurricanes to come over Florida in over a century. The hurricane blew ashore near the coastal community of Siesta Key, south of the densely populated Tampa Bay metropolitan area, less than 2 weeks after Hurricane Helene battered the state. The area has not suffered a direct hurricane strike in more than 100 years. Now, hundreds of thousands of coastal residents have evacuated inland, with others sheltering in places as the storm tears across the state. And Taiwan's President William Lai Ching-te has said he will stand against any attempt at annexation and encroachment into the island's territory. China claims the self-ruled democracy as its own and has not ruled out the use of force to achieve its goal of unification. Addressing the island's 23 million people, Lai began his first National Day speech by expressing his pride in Taiwan's democracy. He said Taiwanese people were able to work together despite disagreement and urged them to look to the future. He indicated the willingness to cooperate with Beijing on issues such as climate change, tackling contagious diseases, and maintaining regional security to pursue peace and mutual prosperity for the well-being of the people on the two sides of the Taiwan Strait. Well, up next is Entertainment Report and News Now.
Nigerian singer-songwriter Arya Starr and South African artist Tyla are leading the African nominees at the 2024 MTV Europe Music Awards EMAs with 4 nominations each. The full nominees list was released by the organizers Paramount International Network. Arya Starr was nominated for Best African Act, Best Push, Best Afrobeat, and Best New Artist, while Tyla secured nods in Best African Act, Best R&B, Best New Artist, as well as Best Afrobeat categories. They are joined by other talented African artists including Burna Boy, Rema, Tems, and Ashake, who are also vying for awards in various categories. That's all on Entertainment Report on News Now. Victoria Akode, TV360 News, Lagos.
And finally on sport, Temple Emekayi has been named captain of Nigeria Premier Football League outfit Rivers United. Emekayi will take over the responsibility of leading the team following forward Inyima Nwagwa's departure for Saudi Arabia. The centre-back captained Rivers United during their opening 5 matches this season. The defender will be assisted by left-back coach Paul Ode, who has also been named the assistant captain. Emekayi joined Rivers United in January 2019 and has established himself as one of the key players at the club. And that was up our news bulletin on News Now at this time. Many thanks for joining us. I am Okpeyemi Obusheni. See you next time.
Even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available.
kamar ina da tare da waya ta ma za ku ga amma da saboda ni na ɗauka waya
kamar yanzu kamar ana mutum yana cikin bidiyo na gargajiya ko ka tona amana ba
gurin kiwon ma babu gonakan kan babu ma maganar gonakai duk inda muke da gonakai gurin sahara ya ce gurin kiwo sahara ya ce kuma taku da kanka ma kana tafiya wallahi kana sai ka yi kana tafiya wani gangare ka diga ko ka kan ka sai ya tafi da kana tona ma ba za ka kama shi karuwa yake ba an ce akwai ma'aikatan masu kare
Farmers and herders in Nigeria used to enjoy relative peace as they interacted with each other. That is no longer the case. It is estimated that between 2016 and 2018, over 3,600 lives were lost to the crisis between the two groups. In the first half of 2018, about 300,000 people became displaced for the same reason. Northwestern and North Central Nigeria have notably been the heart of this violence. But the crisis is spreading fast to other parts of the country, including the South. Several factors have been identified for the wave of bloodshed. Rapidly increasing population figures, rapidly dwindling resources, which both groups rely on. Also, the pattern of migration of the traditionally nomadic Fulani cattle rearers has been changing. This is due to rising insecurity, improvements in veterinary medicine, hostility from locals and state governments, and a bunch of environmental factors including climate change, desertification, loss of vegetation, and water scarcity. In Yobe, northeast Nigeria, the relationship between the scarcity of natural resources and increased violence is obvious. From the encroachment of the Sahara Desert to the shrinking of the Hadija Nguru wetlands.
ina magana a kan yanayin mutuwar dabbobinmu lokacin yunwa. Misali, idan rani ya ja lokaci kafin faduwar damuna, duk da faduwar damuna, ciyawa ta kan yanke.
Wato matsalar da muke samu na takwarawa hamada. Mu dai faru na gama in particular daga Fulani gabar da nan kenan da muke zo ne har zuwa Gumsi ita ce su lokacin gama. Kuma jajin bayan da dai abubuwan da kuke gani a nan yanzu a ƙasa ta kusa kan dai hamada ta riga ta cika cikin lokacin gama. Ta yi nisa ta ci sosai. Ba mu san dai kuma abin da zai biyo baya ba amma bangaren gwamnati dai.
The challenge of climate change and the consequences of climate change on the environment, especially when you look closely at environmental degradation and the competition for resources, in this instance specifically for land and water, has in several instances generated conflict. There is virtually no part of the northwest, not to an extent north central, and then northeast that you go to that you don't see receding water bodies, and how this is having a huge impact on the socio-economic well-being of and livelihoods of the people in those communities. And so the likelihood of migration from the core northern states into some parts of southern Nigeria is something that is real.
Zakari, a village in Yusufari, northern Yobe State, lies on the fringes of the Sahara Desert. About 50 years ago, it was like any other arid northeast Nigerian community, with decent vegetation, a smooth road network, sun-baked mud buildings, and a great many people who had lived there for generations. Now it is just miles and miles of sand dunes. desert encroachment has pushed out the majority of the residents, many of them herders. Malam Musa is one of many herders in Gaidam who have now resettled in the Song area of Adamawa.
Sani wanda ya yi sanadiyan barin su yankin nan? Akwai. Na je kai kaman gidaje na ko rugaje na ko mutane nawa za ka gaba kayan nan?
Kai kamar 100.
Okay, wanda suka bar nan wajen.
Take kaɗan ɗin.
A sanadiyan wannan. To ya kuke fama da baki?
Around January, February, you hardly see anything in the place that an animal will browse or take as a food. And there's no water even to drink. So this is one of the factors that will make them to come southwards. They move southwards for water and for grazing the dry grasses. Definitely the desert encroachment is one of the factors that is concentrating the animal into a place and making the clashes between farmers and herders more frequent. More often. Had it been that in the area that is encroached by desert, there is grasses and water for them to, they may not be there. They will have to move. They don't have to move. But now it's necessary that they must come southward as the dry season is approaching. They must come southward in search of little pasture and drinking water. While if during the rainy season approach, they go north. No, since there may be water and little grasses for them to graze.
The problem with desert encroachment is not going to stop anytime soon. According to one estimate, the sand dunes shift towards the south at a rate of 30 hectares each year, putting 11 states in northern Nigeria at risk of desertification. More cattle rearers in these places are moving elsewhere due to the combination of factors: insecurity, drought, desertification, and the need for water.
To shi ne makayayan da suka zo ga lamirin mu anan mun yi da mu da su aka mu kore su. Muka yi mu kore su abun ya gagare mu muka gaya wa lawanin mu shi ma ya yi dan abun da bakin kokarin sa abun ya gagari mun gaya wa hakimi ma duk kowa ya san da ba kuma ba din nan ba daga wani guri suke ba daga jiga.
The migration of herders to new places tends to lead to clashes or aggravate existing conflicts because of competition over insufficient land and water resources.
Ina tafiya suna tare ni da kibiya suna jifa na ni ina so in tafi gurin yaran can su kuma suna gefen nan gefen kudu haka su yaran suna gabar ni ina tafiya gun su gabar su kuma suna gefe na
yaran da suke aikin
shinkafa
kai kana so ka iso wajen su
su kuma wannan
yaran makiyaya kuma sai suka zargu
a cikin gona
sai suka zargu suka fara harbi
sai suka kama harbi suna harbi na suna jifa ni ban sani ba ma ni da na gani haka dai ina gani suna yin haka dai da abin su suna jifa amma kibiyan bai zo ya same ni ba ban gani ba ma ashe wai su harbi suke sai na fasa tafiya gun yaran sai na tafi gun yaran fulani din to ina tafiya ɗayan yana yin harbin sa ashe kibiyarsa ya ƙare da ya gani na kusa zuwa gunsa sai dan uwansa sai ya jefa masa addansa. Shi wani yana da kibiya shi zai gudu kenan. Sai ya jefa wannan da ba zai gudu ba sai ya jefa masa adda. Kawai yaron nan kawai sai ya tafi da gudu. Sai ya fita da gudu ya zo ya same ni ya doka mu.
Adda?
Da itace a hannuna na ɗauka na masu buge shinkafa. Ya yanke itacen. Kuma ya yanke hannu. Hannun yanzu haka babu, yanzu fakin ne aka ce za a yi. Ba zai zama hannu ba.
To shi ne wannan kibiya ɗin kibiyan kenan?
Shi lokacin da ya tsare da adda na faɗi.
Kamar shekara 5 a bangaren noma din gaskiya ba mu da matsala da su. Amma daga shekara 2 zuwa 3 ɗin abubuwan suka ƙara lalacewa.
Kuma karanci ruwa shi ya kawo inda ruwan ya zo an zuba da shinkafa. Wani guri ya hau wani guri bai hau ba. To dalilin wannan su ne dama wanda Fulani suka samu rashin ruwan shi ya kawo su. Suka shiga ka zauna kuma abinda sauran shinkafan masu ma rashin kiyawa da me da suka shiga shinkafa mutane suna ci. An hana su abin muhimmi da ya fi karfi mu gaskiya mu muna maguru.
In Nguru, about 100 kilometers west of Yusufari, is a section of the Hadija Nguru wetlands. For many years, the waterlogged fields and rivers in the area have sustained the livelihoods of millions of farmers, herders, and fishermen. But the water is starting to recede. Harvests, especially for rice farmers, have dropped significantly in the past year. They are also facing more problems from herders, whose cattle graze on the farms closer to town before harvest is done.
To gaskiya wannan dai inda dai da ruwan dai hakan duk ba za ta faru da yawa ba. Da rashin ruwan ma kuma da ta'adin da Fulani ne duk dai ba wanda za a ce ba.
Kowa ya taka rawa ciki.
Gaskiya ne.
Yanzu a ganin ka me kake gani ya kamata a yi wanda zai iya magance wannan abun? Ita buɗewar ne ko kuma
an da an buɗe ruwa din za a iya samun saukin kan abin. Hanyar ruwa idan ta riga ta gyaru zaman lafiya tsakanin tunda daɗin ruwa yana zama ba wani matsala tsakanin su. Da can asali din da ruwa yana zaune muna zaune da ruwa daga baya kuma ruwan ya yi karanci zuwa yanzu shekara kamar 12. Da akwai ruwa baya amma zuwa yanzu
sosai ba sa ɗaukan sa kamar wani muhimmanci.
Gona biyu haka aka ce kowanne a baya ina samun 30. Gona biyu ina samun 60 babu ɗaya kwano ɗaya ban samu. Kuma na yi yunkuri na ji na gaya ciyama.
To our own understanding, the major problems is the absence of coming of the water. That are the reason why we fail to get what we have.
Lack of water.
They are all affected. We have only source of water. If that source bring us water, the whole area farming well and organized. And then if there is no water from that only center we have it, we all lost. And what we understand now, the farmers at Onguru, they have already failed. 70% of our farmers have nothing to farm.
90%.
Have 20% get only rice that have been eaten in their house. And then 10% are those that are gain something from the farming. And even me, I've tried to farm more than 1,000 to 2,000 rice. And my chairman more than 20,000. And the secretary will do more than 25,000 because of he's richer than us. But now, even I don't have even 10 bucks. I'm paying more than 1,000 and I don't have even 10 bucks.
Okay, kana ga da ka dauka
babu sun cinye
ne ai mu ruwa bai shiga ba.
Some footprints of the cows or plants that they've eaten.
Akwai da zamu iya ganin zamu iya daukan hoton da aka mutu a cikin shi.
To a tsarin mu na mu kare lamba sai mu ya jawo a gaba da wannan.
The major problem is lack of water. And then the second problem is the coming of the Fulani from somewhere else. And then that Fulani come because of the absence of water.
Three factors have been identified for the water problem: the proliferation of the invasive taifa grass, the construction of dams along water roads supplying the wetlands, such as the Tiga Dam in Kano, and droughts. One other reason for the increased clashes between farmers and herders in Nigeria is the encroachment of grazing roads, reserved for use by pastoralists, by northern lawmakers during the First Republic. These grazing roads and reserves are now being converted into farmlands and other structures. This makes it difficult for herders to move about freely without trespassing, and has repeatedly been used as an excuse.
Burtali nan da abin da ya kama daga nan har zuwa Sudan akwai burtali, amma su wayansu manoma duk sun je sun hakkare sun je sun yi shuki da sauransu. Shi yasa su Fulani kai musu magana da wannan suke laɓewa. An kare ma an kashe burtali da sauransu. Amma hakikanin gaskiya yawancin tashin hankali da muke samu a nan akan harkar manoma da makiyaya yawanci duka ba makiyaya namu na nan bane, daga wani guri ne suke zuwa. In suka zo kuma ba sa tsoron hannatar da kayan mutane kuma ba sa tsoron fada.
Even though the Nigerian government has kick-started attempts to revisit the grazing roads, experts say this is not the long-lasting solution that is needed.
The era of open grazing, in my honest opinion, is over. Yes, as a temporary measure and to allow for a de-escalation of the current situation that we're in, there may be a need to allow some form of movement, but that movement should be generated towards encouraging ranching and encouraging some more other sophisticated type of livestock rearing.
Unless when this is modernized, this problem of movement from one place to the other, or maybe to get sufficient either meat or milk and cater for the country is being modernized, I don't think we can achieve this our target. One of the problems, as I told you earlier, is that those people that are handling the animals refuse to go to school. They must be educated before they have that thinking that you are saying. Those people that are illiterate, they are all what they know nothing about apart from the cattle. If you want them to improve what they are doing, how are you going to incorporate that knowledge into their own thinking? It's very difficult. And another problem to my own seeing is that government also is not paying much attention to the cattle rearers. You can hear programs, fertilizer, and what again?
Seed.
Seed
Farmers loans to farmers.
most of the government programs are targeted towards crop cultivation. You can hardly come across any program that is targeted towards the cattle rearers. You can even hear about the states that are banning open grazing.
mu masu karamin karfi ne abinda muke da shi ga darar mun tattara mun je mun zubar a jeji domin wannan in ya fito a shi da mu samu abin da mu ci mu taimaka yan uwa mu marayu ne to amma babu an riga an cinye yanzu haka nan haka sidda yanzu haka nan da 500 na je samu a cikin kwari.
Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okocha Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
So the yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air. Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems, and it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy. It will be very bush-like and so forth. And from there, we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these, we'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements, and they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks, and we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and it will give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and safe from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all year round producing food. More like you can cheat God's creation and having to depend on the rain and all. And everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here. And so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain because this is not all about, we've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Like, let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. It's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. You have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
Good day, viewers. Welcome once again to your favorite program, The Conversation, coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. My name is Nelson Ekujumi, and I have here with me in the studio Comrade Ajayi Popola, popularly called African Pope. Pope, you are welcome to the program today.
Thank you for having me once again.
Yes, thank you very much for being with us on The Conversation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, like we all know, The Conversation is a topical issue program that looks at recent happenings or developments within the polity and beyond the shores of Nigeria. And top of the bill today, we're going to start with, we are still in the season of Nigeria's 64th independence anniversary celebration. On 1st of October 2024, Nigeria marks 64 years as an independent nation. You recollect that on October 1st, 1960, we gained flag independence from the United Kingdom. And looking at our journey in the last 64 years, the question a lot of us have continued to ask ourselves is that, is this where we should be? What are those things we have done right? Where have we faltered? And are we taking steps to ensure that, you know, those fall is not repeated? And like Pope will rightly agree with me, we might not be where we want to be, but we've made progress as a people. And like we always say in Yoruba language, that you know, you cannot be perfect. So you definitely have your shortcomings. Is it in the political field? We can thumbs our chest and say we have done well. About 25 years of unbroken democratic system, that's also a plus. You look at our economy today, our economy is such that we are starting to see an economy that is being buoyed by, you know, non-oil products. I recollect in 2022, when the then Minister for Finance told the whole world that the Nigerian economy has survived for the past 6 months without accruals from the sale of crude oil because of then fuel subsidy. That tells you clearly that our economy can survive even without the black gold. But be that as it may, you look at the issue of security. We have not done too well because I remember that in the time past, this insecurity of insurgency and banditry was not around. We had only armed robbery.
Life was peaceful and interesting then. Before now, you look forward to even traveling outside your environment.
By road.
By road. Of course, probably by road. Then, or even road rail or
yes,
motor vehicle. So you look forward, you know, to sojourn beyond your immediate environment. And I remember vividly that if you had broken down vehicle, you know, along the way, people will
come to your aid.
People will stop, you know, to
assist brotherhood.
You. Yes, if you had a flat tire, somebody will be there to give you the zone tire that will take you to the next organizer to fix it. Then, even as students, then, you know, students and lifts. So we are, when we were in Kwara Tech, for instance, some of our friends would go as far as Kano without a dime on them, and they will get there.
Wonderful.
And they will get there just by staying along
the road, and you see somebody that will give you a lift.
A lift. So but now, the person who is waiting is afraid. Who want to offer the lift is equally afraid. So the issue of security is, in fact, is a major challenge for us at this time. But thank God, it seems the issue of banditry, kidnapping, seems to be a kind of
going down
gradually. And of course, we just have to urge our security agencies, other than working in silos, you know, they should cooperate. Then
there should be that synergy.
There should be synergy among them. Then the issue of somebody was saying the other time that our problem is not want of intelligence reports, but the challenge is acting on the reports. That if the intelligence departments, whether DSS, DMI, all of them.
You know, all the security agencies have their intelligence.
Yes, but if there is any security report, no matter what, act on it, check it, so that it won't be as if, well, just like when there was jailbreak at Kuje. In fact, it was in the public domain that there was an intelligence report that indicated that such a thing was
going to happen. Yeah.
So, and if it does happen, I think those who are responsible for taking action should be held accountable and punished. So that is that. Then you talk about high cost of food. That is food security too.
Yes.
So Yoruba say, once food is eliminated from poverty. I know that once food is removed from poverty.
Okay,
that kind of a thing. So it is a pity that today we cannot feed ourselves. If any country that cannot feed itself, and that depends on other people for supply of food is in danger.
Absolutely.
It does mean that anything could happen.
Yes.
So we have to seriously address the issue of food sufficiency, so that even if we are not even exporting, we should be able to feed ourselves, within. And in the time past, it was never like that. Food was the least thing anybody will think about. So what happens to our agriculture? Why is it that? Is it because of black gold that we abandoned the farm? I remember this Sunny Ade, right? Is it 1980, 79 or thereby when he sang Isu Diwiwon, Agbe Moloko and the rest of them. And ever since, nobody has gone back to the farm again. I would say that, in fact, a whole lot of our young people are not even interested. So
do they even know that? Do they even know anything about farms, that what they eat is being produced somewhere?
So we must
this mindset of import.
People say,
people don't know the economic implications.
So you say your naira does not have value. Then you say, okay, open the border, let us bring beans, let us bring rice, let us bring everything. So there must be policy, deliberate policy, to open up that space, to make agriculture attractive to the younger ones. And today it's about mechanized farming. And there are many systems. You can even do a soilless farming where you don't even need
even from feelers that we get, is like the government of the day and even the previous administration are investing massively into agriculture.
No doubt about that.
It is for us to allow it to manifest.
No doubt about that. But you see, in terms of input distribution, the government is trying. That's a fact. In terms of fertilizer, other inputs, we know that.
In fact, let me even come in, Pope. Just this morning, I was reading a statement from the senator representing Ekiti Central. That's Senator Okoyemi Bamidele, who said the federal government had given every senator 1,200 bags of fertilizers to distribute to their senatorial zone, to distribute to farmers.
Yes.
And he said he went ahead to purchase 3,800 bags in addition. That is distributing 5,000 bags for farmers in Ekiti Central. And he said the House of Reps are also doing the same. So the question that came to my mind is that the federal government, knowing fully well that she does not have any farmland anywhere.
Therefore, the government has no land.
But
the federal government has
no land. One would have expected that if the federal government is doing this, what is the state government doing to support farmers? What is the local government doing to support? Because I remember vividly well, this was a country that a time in past, particular regions of Nigeria was known for particular agricultural produce.
Yes,
Southwest was for cocoa, coffee. You know, the east was for palm oil, coal. The north, granite, pyramid, cotton, you know,
and all of that.
So how come we have just abandoned all this and everybody's crying? We are hungry. We are hungry.
It's a complex situation. Yes, last week, about 2 weeks to this time, there's a whole lot of fertilizer movements. I'm aware.
Yes, even the Federal Ministry of Agriculture with the central bank did the distribution of fertilizers to the states.
So I'm very much aware of that. And in Lagos, in August, Fadama did for all about 10,000 farmers. So, but the issue is it goes beyond that.
Okay.
It goes beyond that. We must, if we continue to think of supporting agriculture in this traditional way, it will not yield much result.
Okay.
So, at a discussion...
How about the accessibility to land?
and that is what we are going to. So, we talk about accessibility to cleared land. Okay, like the Southwest, for instance, is an equivalent task clearing land
for agricultural
purpose. So it is expected that our government, state governments,
and even local governments,
should get bulldozers, tractors to support land clearing and preparation,
for farmers,
so that if anybody has interest, you can easily go access this cleared land. So that is one. Then two, we're discussing at some level that, okay, why don't we encourage cluster farming?
Okay.
So where we have large acreage of land cleared, then okay, if you have crops that that is not related, you can have that at a particular location. Okay, we know that. Okay, we will talk about if for local government in Ogun State, for instance. So it's going to be maize. So if you're going to do maize, maize, everything will be surrounded, and we go okay. But I agree we have this thing.
Maybe like Lagos State government said, they have about 100 acres of land for tomato. Planting in Badagry.
So if we are saying that, okay, Lagos, you can do tomato, you can do rice, or even coconut. Okay, let us concentrate effort on that. Then cocoa, I was in Akure last week. I said, in fact, when growing up, a whole lot of places that were cocoa farm.
Residential places.
Residential
abode
now. And there was no conscious effort to replant or to expand. Of course, if you say development has reached this place and you sold and pulled down the cocoa tree, then enter to the interior to go and replant and replace.
Yes.
So there's nothing like coffee plantation again. There's nothing like rubber plantation. There's nothing like sugarcane plantation that we used to have.
So
the Basita and the
Pope, in essence, we are the architects of our own problems.
Well, then the intervention, we shouldn't just be thinking about the traditional way of supporting agriculture.
Yes.
We must devise new
method. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is the submission of both Pope and myself about the need for us to focus on food self-sufficiency such that we can also celebrate our food independence. It's not only about our flag independence. Because if you have flag independence and you have no food independence, you are still under bondage. That is a fact of life. Well, this is where we want to call it a wrap on this first stanza of the program. We'll go on a short break and we'll be right back. Please continue to watch the conversation coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. We'll be right back. Please stay tuned. Yes, thank you very much, viewers, for staying tuned with us. We are still on the program, The Conversation. And my name still remains Nesine Kujumiwa, and I still have with me in the studio Comrade Ajayi Popola, popularly called African Pope. On this second stanza of the program, I want to look at the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's presidential broadcast on October 1, which is a traditional day for the President of Nigeria to make presidential broadcasts on our journey so far. And reading through the presidential broadcast, the president made us recognize how we must not allow the mistakes of the past to guide us into the future. He also made us to realize the efforts his administration is making to re-engineer the Nigerian economy. For example, the president made us aware that on assuming office, his government in the last 13 to 15 months has been spending about 97% of our revenue to service debts owed by previous administration. He also made it known that the federal government, under his watch, has paid the $7 billion forex backlog that they inherited. Like we always say, government is a continuum. Also, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu also informed Nigerians that they have reduced the debt burden from 97% to 68%. That is a big achievement for an administration that is less than 2 years old. He also told us that the ways and means of about 30 trillion naira, has been liquidated under his watch. So when people come out at times and say, "Oh, why was subsidy removed?" The question I pose to them is that if the subsidy was not, addressed, because it's not that the federal government, even as we speak, is still not subsidizing our petroleum product usage. It's just that the method of subsidizing it has changed. There's no longer appropriation in the national budget like we used to have. As we speak, if you go to the country's national petroleum giants, you buy your petrol at the pumps at 855 naira per litre, while some other marketers are selling at 888 naira, 897, 920. The price varies depending on location. So for me, reading through President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's speech, I recognize that Mr. President took some very bold decisions that were inevitable. There was no other way. And that is why one of the roles we play on this program is to educate ourselves with the facts. We are not here to, pamper the figures. The reality of our situation is that if we all recognize in 2015, when former President Muhammadu Buhari came into office, he inherited an administration in which over 22 states were owing backlog of salaries of workers. And President Muhammadu Buhari's administration had to give loans. The Paris Club, the Paris loan, the government gave about 3 kinds of loans to states to be able to meet their obligations to workers. So you can imagine if the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu had not taken these bold steps, today would have been in worse crisis. People come to tell you the unification of the foreign exchange system, floating the naira, that it was a wrong. I disagree, because that was a policy that all of us were complaining that had become a conduit pipe for some persons to become billionaires overnight. You go and collect dollars from the central bank, you bring it to the black market, you sell. There was no production. It was just profiteering. I don't know any economy that can prosper for the collective interest of the people that is run that way.
I would say, Yoruba would say, the fowl is sweating. The fowl is sweating, but the feathers
do not allow us to see.
Do not allow us to see it. That at the end, and we know, all of us know this thing very well, that the Nigerian economy since the time of Babangida, because Yoruba will say, "Amukun eru ewo." In fact, the biggest culprit for the destruction of Nigerian economy is IPP. with its introduction of structural adjustment program, as recommended by World Bank and IMF then, and devaluation of naira.
Of the naira, yeah.
So, and in fact, the last one was March 5, 1993, economic engineering that scattered the whole thing. So it was since then that Nigeria had to grapple with the situation whereby you now need more naira to get your foreign input for manufacturing, and that was what led to the
closure of many industries. Yes,
you know, you go to Obakran,
Matori, in Isolo,
Matori, Mushin, Isolo Industrial Estate.
Yes.
Apapa.
You go to Bompai in Kano.
Bompai in Kano.
Even Kaduna, where you have a lot of textile mills.
Then Ibadan.
Ibadan, yes.
Ibadan too. So then Agbara and all of these collapsed. Even Port Harcourt. That's even the different things today now. Port Harcourt, Anambra, you know, all these industries collapsed then. So we are not looking at that. So we just say, it is Tinubu. No, this thing started from there. Then mind you, then we produce what we consume. Peugeot is there, Kaduna, and Volkswagen is there in Lagos. Yes. Then you have Exile making
batteries in
Ibadan.
Yes.
In fact, windscreen.
You have Tate and Line making sugar.
St. Louis.
Yes.
Then
you had tractor and equipment in Bauchi making tractors.
You see, so
we also had a vehicle manufacturing company here in Igomu making ladder.
Ladder. So then is it battery, windscreen, all of these
tires, everything were being made
here, made in Nigeria here. So where is Michelin today? Where is Dunlop? Who are all of these things? So we are not thinking of that. So, like we said before now, that Nigeria wants everything imported, including water. You know, some of these are so-called rich people. To build their house, some of them as little as sand, they import.
There was even a friend of ours who told me of a late media mogul who built a house in Abuja. He said when the media mogul took him to the house, that come and see my new building. He said the man told him all the electric fitting in the house were imported from China, that it cost him about 500 million. He said he was like, what? What is the essence of all the companies here?
we have in Nigeria. So how do you want our economy to grow? How do you want Nigerian economy to grow?
How do you want the people to have jobs? How do you want to create wealth?
So government cannot. How many person can government employ? So we need to look at this.
Put our priorities right.
Look, our priority. Then look at things differently. You know, of course, if you listen, okay. If you say, okay, we'll pay debt, I'll say, okay, what concerns people is what is on their table. It's about food. So, but how can we get food? We talked about agriculture the other time. We talked about agriculture the other time. Then, now, let us even go back to consuming what we produce here. Encourage local production. Patronize made in Nigeria goods. That is the only way we can grow the economy. Leave government out of this. But then, the only thing is that the people in government now, generally from local government to federal level, must show that, yes, the president said you understand, he can feel our pains and what have you. But those in Aso Rock and government offices must live, by example. They cannot be living in affluence and say, you understand our plight and what have you. But what is important thing is to now begin to reorientate ourselves about Nigeria. How do we make Nigeria economy buoyant? It's the only way is to do produce what we consume and consume what we produce. That's the only way we can grow our economy. That is the only way we can strengthen our naira. That is the only way out. So there is no alternative.
And for me, some of these things are such that is it out of pure mischief or we don't? For example, You look at the issue of electricity now. One of the areas that pains me most in the electricity issue is the issue of electricity theft. A lot of our people, when they build houses, when they are, putting in place their electrical appliances, they shortchange the distribution companies, forgetting that whatever you do to shortchange them will rub off on everybody.
On everybody.
So when you, like we all know today, that there's no free lunch even in Freetown, that one of the greatest, I've taken my time to understudy the electricity industry, and one thing I know for free is that the lack of liquidity I tell them that the electricity is just like you buying a generator to power your house.
Yes.
If you don't maintain the generator, you will live in darkness.
If you don't service
it. If you don't service it, then when you know that the generator is becoming aged, you quickly make provision for alternative
replacement.
So when you people just believe, I heard some people saying government should revert fuel back to 197. I say, how? Which economy runs like that?
The question is how. See, like you rightly observe, Yoruba will say, so I learned the bypass meter.
Yes.
In a house, maybe using about 5
air
conditioner, for instance, and deep freezer, maybe 3 deep freezer. They will bypass all of that, then put only bulbs.
On the meter.
Then how do you want
the disco to be able to meet up its obligations?
It's not just possible.
Honestly, we need to talk to ourselves. We need to be sincere with ourselves in the way we relate with our country. Even within ourselves, it is very, very important. Where we are today, we didn't get here by chance. We got here by choice. We are the architect of where we are today, and if we realize that, we will recognize that we are the only ones that can take ourselves out of the woods. And I believe strongly that that is the only way to go. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you for staying tuned with us today on The Conversation. I've had a beautiful conversation with a comrade Ajayi Popola, popularly called African Pope. Until we come your way again next time, please continue to watch The Conversation coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. Have a great day and bye-bye.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
There are many sad and dark events in human history, but none devastated the African continent like slavery. To understand some of the plight those who were sold into slavery went through, one must visit Goree Island, their last point of departure from the African continent to the New World. Boarding the ferry to Goree Island. This is no slave ship, but it is no less built to capacity. But this time, with goods, tourists, traders, and for a hint of Noah's Ark, some animals, even though there are not two of each kind. Slavery ended more than 153 years ago. One can't help but feel sadness just walking the streets, trying to imagine what went through the minds of these citizens of various countries as they were hauled, sold, and shipped to a strange new world. Where did these slaves come from?
At that time, each African ethnic group had its price. And the most expensive ethnic group used to be the Yoruba. Yeah, they were from Nigeria. Because those Yoruba were very strong and tall, and they worked very hard in the plantations. That's why they were more expensive. They took those kids for two reasons. First, because in the plantations in America, there were some special jobs, typically for the kids, and they did them very well. And then because of most of those kids were from the parents very strong, because they saw that when they will grow up, they will be strong like their parents. That's why they took them. In all the 28 slave houses in Goree Island, the slave masters have the right to sleep with the young girls. Once a young girl was pregnant, she became free here in Goree Island or in Saint Louis in northern Senegal. But she wasn't totally free because usually she worked as domestic slave in the European houses, That's why some of the young girls found a kind of interest to be pregnant from white masters so they can be free. At that time, the price of a man was up to his weight and his muscles. So the minimum weight for men was 60 kilos. Those who have less than 60 kilos, they put them in this special cell just in order to fatten them up. Let me tell you that they did not buy slaves with money. It was exchange. For example, to buy a man up to 60 kilos or a virgin girl, you could give a gun or a barrel of wine or a blanket or something like that. To buy a child, you could give a mirror or a necklace or a piece of tobacco or something like that. So that's why people used to say that Africans also were involved into the slave trade, because some of the African tribal chiefs were collaborating with the Europeans.
Yeah.
And here, this is a punishment room for the rebels. Those who fought against their masters, they put them inside to punish them. As you can see, they could not stand up inside because of the hooks. 4 or 5 people at the same time in this small room. In 1991, we welcomed in this house Nelson Mandela. And then Mandela came inside. He stayed in for about 5 minutes. But when he came out, Mandela was crying. Right in that you have the waiting rooms. The slave used to wait here before the shipment. At the famous door of no return. Because once the slave got out from this door, it's mean bye-bye Africa. They took them to America and they never come back. Because of the rocks, the boat could not come near. That's why from this door, they built a kind of palm wooden bridge as a wharf. But during every shipment, some of them tried to escape by jumping into water, but they never could go far because either they were killed by the security guards or they were eaten by the sharks. Why the sharks? Because at the time, in all the 28 slave houses in Gorée Island, once a slave got sick, just to avoid the epidemics, they threw him into water and that attracted the sharks. That's why there were a lot of sharks around the island. Let me tell you that slavery lasted in Gorée Island from 1536 to 1848, more than 300 years. And during that time, there were about 15 to 20 million slaves coming from all over the African western coast. They transit through Gorée Island to America, and 6 million of them died because of bad treatment. 6 million. Very emotional, but he knows it very, in a higher level, the history and the relationships between Africa and other countries, and also he knows exactly what's happened between the 16th until 19th. I'm talking about the slavery and the Atlantic slave trade.
Walking away from the island, there are some pretty paintings on the street walls. One must ask, what have these walls seen, or what cries have they heard over the last 300 years? Somehow, I don't want the real answers to that question. Maybe you do.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues. It's arguably the most important slave trade era monument in Badagry. The point of no return is a huge draw for tourists visiting the coastal town. Most of the enslaved Africans or Nigerians who were traded during the transatlantic slave trade era were loaded onto ships from this port and taken to different parts of the world. For many tourists, the point of no return has some spiritual connection, and that is why it's a must-see for any tourist visiting Badagry. But the place is in total shambles and looks completely abandoned. Locals say the Lagos state government began rebuilding the monument some 8 years ago, but never completed it. And now it's been abandoned. The whole structure is rotting away and collapsing. Virtually all the smaller structures around the point of no return have collapsed. There is no inscription or write-up anywhere around telling the story of this important historic site. All this in a state that prides itself as a tourist destination. It's a crying shame that this place is left like this. So imagine if tourists were to come here. There's just nothing, absolutely nothing to tell the story of this place. Nothing to show that this is the famous point of no return. It's just difficult to understand how we could abandon a monument as important as this in this manner.
It's quite very embarrassing looking at the way which the government, even though they've been advocating for tourism, on the need for us to invest in tourism, to encourage the citizens to participate and also encourage tourist activities. But the truth of the matter is that most of our tourist sites, they are not really strategically fine-tuned in a way to make it more attractive for tourists to come and spend time around. Well, I think this structure, it's more of like a white elephant project because it's it's a waste. Because you can see now it's dilapidated, and I don't think they are going to continue with the construction of this structure. And this structure, I believe before the commencement of this structure, they should have come up with their plans to see how it's going to benefit and enhance and boost tourism within this community. But maybe they did not do their groundwork very well, so they had to stop it in the long run. It really breaks my heart because this is millions of naira wasted that possibly could have been ventured into another aspect of the tourism. But this is just like millions wasted, and there's no way, they can, retrieve these lost funds. And, people coming down here to catch fund, and they tend to, feel discouraged and embarrassed by the sight of these, most especially foreign nationals coming there to come and relax, or maybe to come for their research purposes. They're going to see Nigeria as a country that we are not serious.
Yards away from the point of no return, another abandoned project by the Lagos state government. Locals say this was supposed to be a guest chalet started during the governorship of Babatunde Fashola, but long abandoned. Even this paved road leading to the point of no return has not been completed. Most part of it is yet to be paved. Even in its terrible state, tourists still flock to the point of no return, but they often leave disappointed.
While I was in secondary school then, we came for an excursion here, but the place we went to was 4-story building, and then we were not opportune to come here because they were like, okay, we can't come here since we were young then. But coming now, at least that was 2014, and this is 2024. Let me say that's 10 years ago. So coming here now, and I was like, okay, land of no return, let me come and let me see how it looks like. But on getting to this place, it's very disappointing because there is no evidence, that there is nothing to show that, okay, this is an evidence to show that this is a land of no return. And even this building, I'm just guessing that maybe that is where the colonial master stays then, where they select the slaves and all those things. But I don't know, because there is no one to tell us the history, and it's very disappointing that they just let it go. Like, let me say, it's a waste. Anybody can come here and claim it as anything.
If this monument continues to rot away like it is at the moment, then it's only a matter of time before the point of no return completely disappears from this very spot. Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues. Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State, and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okocha Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
The yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air. Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems, and it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy. It will be very bush-like and so forth, and from there we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these, we'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements, and they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks, and we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and this will give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and safe from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all year round producing food, more like you can cheat God's creation and having to depend on the rain and all. And everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here. And so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain because this is not all about. We've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Like, let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. I mean, it's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. I mean, you have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Many thanks for joining us on the newsroom. I am Okpeyemi Owosheni, and these are the stories we're tracking at the moment. The Nigeria Labour Congress has rejected the new increase in petrol pump price, saying to further deepen poverty in the country. NLC President Joe Ajero, in a statement on Wednesday, said the increase will further deepen poverty in production capacities deep, more jobs lost with multidimensional negative effect. The union demanded an immediate reversal of the hike, while accusing the Nigerian government of only focusing on fuel price increments. And public health care workers under the aegis of Joint Health Sector Union have issued a 15-day ultimatum to the Nigerian government to address all lingering issues with the union or risk another round of industrial action. A memo jointly signed by the National Chairman and National Secretary of the Union noted that the Nigerian government has not been able to address their demands since June last year, when they suspended their strike owing to promises from President Bola Tinubu to intervene. The union embarked on strike between May 19, 2023 and June 6 last year, a 2-week period that almost crippled healthcare services in public hospitals in the country. The strike was called off following Tinubu's promise to intervene in their demands. And more than 79 million women and girls across sub-Saharan Africa have endured rape and sexual assault as children, according to data presented by UNICEF on Thursday. The United Nations Children's Agency said newly collated data showed that the region was among the worst to be a girl. Globally, UNICEF estimates that sexual violence has affected about 370 million girls and women, with with around 1 in 5 in sub-Saharan experiencing sexual assault or rape before they turn age 18. The Kaduna State House of Assembly has dismissed claims that it is planning to amend the state's local government electoral law ahead of the local government elections slated for October 19, 2024. Chairman of the House Committee on Information, Henry Mara, made this known during a press briefing in Kaduna on Wednesday, stating that no such amendment was listed in the order paper for the Assembly's October 9th session. And a federal high court in Lagos has struck out a case by the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria challenging the implementation of the Band A by the Distribution Company and 11 others. A statement from the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission on Thursday stated that the judgment was delivered on Monday. In the judgment, the court was said to have considered all the parties' arguments and ruled that man's suit was an abuse of the court processes, being premature and without the regard to the provisions of Section 51 of the Electricity Act of 2023. And on the forest scene, Hurricane Milton has left a trail of destruction in Florida as it whipped up tornadoes and brought torrential rains and raging winds that destroyed homes and knocked out power for millions of people in the U.S. state. While the National Hurricane Center said on Thursday that the storm, which made landfall on the state's western coast hours earlier, had weakened to a Category 1 hurricane, it was still hurtling through Florida with wind speed of 150 kilometers per hour. And on sports, former Sheffield United defender George Baldock has been found dead inside his swimming pool in Greece. His death was confirmed by a statement from Sheffield United. The defender left the club in the summer after 7 years at Bramall Lane and was extremely popular with supporters, staff and teammates who put on a red and white shirt alongside him. And these are the stories making the rounds from our newsroom at this time. We'll update you at the top of the hour. I am Okpeyemi Owosheni. See you next time.
That was a very good business. Yeah. The furniture you brought was very perfect.
That's how we roll.
Because let me do you receipts.
Yeah. How much of it again?
1 million naira.
Even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion. Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
Akinola Olunowade is one of the big yam farmers in Kapam community. He grows his yam tubers in sacks and has 5 of such farms in the community. But all the farms are now gone, destroyed by the toxic pollutant of August 28.
I don't have any other thing to do now. I borrow money in the bank to do this project, sir. I cannot lie to you. I need help. I have 3 children in the university. Presently, as you are looking at me, and I need to pay their school fees. What will I do? What will I do? So I don't know what to do. That's why I'm pleading to the world. If anybody who can assist me to come up again, that you try and do it. And that you do it directly to me, not through any third party.
I am retired Lieutenant Colonel Dubagari. I retired to 2014 and I bought this place. Bought it 5 plots.
The retired Lieutenant Colonel grows grain and ginger in his 5-plot farm. But the farm is now decimated by the pollutant.
As you can see, this is ginger. The ginger was very greenish. It's not turning yellow. That means the chemical has affected it. Look at my corn. Like guinea corn now, you can see no one is surviving. All of the inside, they have dried up. Only the maize now is drying gradually. The granite there completely was gone. We have to remove it to plant beans. And so many things inside. I have a garden inside where I planted a lot of things. That is, I just have passion in farming. All my things are gone. Nothing to fall on now. We are supposed to be eating corn now, but look at the corn has gone to another thing. We have nothing to eat.
It's the same story for organic fertilizer producer and farmer Sunday Beth, whose 1-hectare grain farm is more or less now dead.
I am crying for the people who can assist us, because up to now, I've not seen the refinery people to come and see what the level of damage they damage our crop. So that is why I am crying for the assistance. Anybody that can assist us, so that we'll get what will feed the family and also see how we can revive the business.
The devastation goes beyond farmland. The residents say many of their livestock are dead, and many people in the community are now falling sick.
Many animals died. Chicken died. Even I have part of it on my phone here that I can show you if you want to see. So even the health implication, since that day, no day that I don't buy milk for my family to take. Because many of them have been complaining of chest pain, mouth bitterness, and the rest of it. I have bought roughly 1 carton of milk in my house to give to them.
The management of the refinery is yet to issue any official statement on the actual cause of the pollution. But the National Environmental Standards and Regulations Enforcement Agency, NESRIA, says it may have been caused by ruptured pipes conveying hydrogen chloride. But one of the residents of the community, who is a retired environmental geologist, thinks he knows the exact cause of the pollution.
Greenhouse gas was released into the atmosphere that carry a lot of poisonous gases, chlorofluorocarbon, carbon monoxide, methane gas. They were all released into the atmosphere that came down as acid rain. That's what we call it in geology, acid rain, that descended on the community, which affected even human beings. Some of the residents here, their body started scratching. Some had a respiratory problem. They had to rush their children and wife to the hospital. Then in the morning, we noticed a lot of itching. And on the 3rd day, we noticed that some of the livestock, like goat, chicken, they started dying. So we saw the toxicity, which even made the women to go and block the road to protect to the refinery. because they approached the management and it seemed that there was lip service.
This is a chemical substances that have entered, we inhale it and it has gone into the body. It's not something that you just, it go like, as you can see, it's killing this crop gradually. That is how it's killing human beings gradually.
The residents say their lives have now been badly impacted and that they would need help as soon as possible. They say the sooner the help they are seeking comes, the better for them and their community. But there's no question that full recovery for Kapam community will take a very long time.
It's been 42 years now since St. Ambrose's Catholic Secondary School was established by the Catholic Church before it was taken over by the government. Several students have passed through the four walls of the school, just as several administrative staff have come and gone. But the one thing that has remained largely unchanged is the infrastructure and teaching facilities in the school. Year by year, things got worse. Classroom buildings began giving way. The classrooms themselves became inconducive for both teaching and learning. Things were literally in an abject state.
We have been managing teaching even when the rain is falling, the rain will be falling inside the classroom. We cannot abandon teaching. At times we mass students together when there is no conducive classroom. During the tenure of the past principal, Mr. Ogumbadejo Fola. So when he came to the school, he discovered that things will not be going on like this. So many classrooms are leaking, some roofs are even off, some buildings are collapsed. The parents are not able to do anything concerning it. So we be folding hands. Then every year, the roofing have been taking away a lot of money. So he now decided to go spiritual by calling upon God. So every Thursday of every month, we used to gather together, spending 30 minutes, calling upon God. So we look for the names of some old students. We got the name from one of the old students called KK. We wrote their name on the pieces of paper. During the prayer time, we raised the name up. God to compel them to come.
Either by divine intervention or mere coincidence, something happened. One of the old students of the school decided to pay a visit. Multiple award-winning journalist Deji Bademosi graduated from the school 26 years ago as the senior prefect of the 1994 set.
I went there to do a story on the dilapidated state of the school. And there's a project we're actually doing, a project that I'm actually doing, known as Track Nigeria, being supported by the MacArthur Foundation. So the whole idea for me initially was to go there and highlight the dilapidated state of the school so that I could call the attention of the government to the situation there and to see if the government could at least come in there to help address the infrastructural problem there. But you know, when I got there, and because that's the school I actually attended myself, I was touched. And you know, I just felt rather than just tell the story and wait for the government to do something, that at least I could do something to help. I was really touched, and I decided, well, that at least we could do some renovation. So the whole idea was, okay, go there, renovate, and that was how it started.
An engineer was contracted to commence work on the site, But little did they know that the structure required more than the planned renovation due to the severity of the damage.
When I got there, all the foundation was already above the ground level, meaning that you can even be seeing the foundation footing already outside exposed, which anything can happen. The building can collapse at any time. After opening the space for the column and the second day, the building is weak already, even with the exposure of the foundation, I said. So one side of the classroom gave way immediately.
The only thing we could do to salvage the situation was to pull down the entire building and, build a new one. And for me, that was something really huge. It was not something that I had actually planned for, considering the cost implication. So I summoned courage and I said, you know what, okay, you guys go ahead, pull the building down, we'll put up a new building.
It was a tough decision, but certainly worth it. The reconstruction officially kicked off in August 2019 under the direct supervision of one of the alumni of the school.
We left here like 26 years ago. And there was no any kind of maintenance since we left. So I supervised the building right from the scratch to where it is today, all to the glory of God.
As the new building started to take shape, it was hard to ignore the remaining dilapidated blocks of classrooms and abandon them to decay.
As one building was getting completed, I looked at the situation again and I felt, well, we can do another one. So I said, you know what, I looked at my pulse and I said, well, maybe I could just try the second one. And then the second one came down. The old building now came down and we started work on the second one. And then the third one as well, one of the old students there came to me and said, look, supposing I provide blocks for the foundation, and then, build it up to lintel level, would you be able, would you mind to just take it over from there? And I was like, okay, let's see how it goes. Because I knew it was going to cost a lot of money, but, that was how the third building started. Then there was no plan to have a toilet. The school had no toilet. But then I felt, look, it wouldn't be nice at all to have these new buildings. You have the students there, and then they have no place to go ease themselves, and they have to make use of the bush. Again, I summoned courage, and I said, okay, you know what, let's put up a toilet facility there. And that was how the toilet facility came up. So right there now we have 10 toilets. I then thought, if you have a toilet, how then do you get water to service the toilet? And the school has no borehole. The school has a well that dries up during the dry season. And then, again, not planned for initially. Remember, I started by saying we wanted to do just one building. Not planned for. So I said, okay, let's get the borehole.
After the borehole, then came the landscaping and flooring of the school. As the school continued to get a facelift, it was almost unbelievable for staff and students who watched their wish become a reality.
It's a thing of joy to me
But on daily basis, when I come to school, I have to look down and see the buildings, which is not common. It's one in town. I was made to know that there is no school that is having this type of building. No school. Is it the restroom? Is it the classroom? Is it the offices? Is it the type of furniture there? It is second to none, I must confess, and I'm very happy. In fact, about 5 teachers called me, "Sir, how can I get my transfer to your school?"
And we start everything together. You understand? The foundation, the building, the roofing, the plastering, the painting, and everything. I was there with them, being one of the host students. By the time our students see what is going on in the school, they were all happy. You understand? By the time we want to do little works there, I have to call them. This is your class. You are going to use this class. So what can you people do for us? And they were happy in helping us. Packing sand, gravel, all these things, little things that they can do with joy. They were happy doing it for us, being their school. And I believe by the time we are going for new section now, we are going to have more students.
I felt so proud that at least I could contribute in my own little way to this present development. This project is single-handedly done by one person, a God-sent person, who is not a politician. He doesn't get free money from anywhere. He works hard to get his money, and he's not investing for any profit. Like I asked Deji, because we said, "Bro, what are you even doing this for?" He said, "Maurice, I'm doing it for God and for humanity's sake. That look, I don't need all these students for anything in my life. I don't need them to survive. I don't need them to get to any position. But someday, my children might need them." It's a very good thing. It's really done well. I feel so proud to be part of 94 set. I feel so proud to be a friend to Deji Bademosi for all what he's done. And I feel so proud to be part of this project.
The school, which was once looked down on, has now become a point of reference and top choice for people in the community.
People passing on the road, they were actually branching to see that could a better structure be on this school with what they have been seeing. So look at the design, look at the space that we managed to get what we have, and a very spacious classroom, corridor with a staircase that can easy the going and coming of the students. So it's in fact the facility that is there make it far better.
The only thing that makes me happy is that these students will now learn in a good environment. And this will also enhance their quick grasp of whatever has been taught in school, makes them relax. You are safe. They feel safe now. I think the last time we went there, we saw the building. I couldn't imagine how they could understand what the teacher is saying. But one, you're not sitting well. You're either standing and you're receiving your lecture, or you're sitting with somebody. But with what we have on ground, I think the student will be happy, will learn well in that good environment.
Many young ones now, they are planning to come to St. Ambrose. Before, you see some parents, when they are passing by, they used to say, that's what we used to say in our language. I myself then, I cannot say this is my school. But now I can boast. This is the school I pass out from. So I'm very, very happy. And I'm using this medium to thank Deji Badmus for what he has done for our school. He rebuilt our school. And God will rebuild his life.
With the junior classes, also referred to as downhill, now wearing a new look, the school authority, in addition to their great show of appreciation, are appealing for the extension of this gesture to the senior secondary classes of the school as well.
Permit me to ask like an Oliver twist. If this structure could continue to the senior section, it would be very good. Not as somebody living in a modern building, coming to a leaking classroom, a classroom where there's no fan, a classroom where there's no, in fact, dusty, stinking, rotten chairs. The chalkboard is even not good. It will not be so good. Permit me to tell you that we don't have laboratories in the school. Every classroom in this school is leaking. It's dusty, smelling. I'm sorry I'm using these words. But if you care to look at them, you will not like them. So will it be for a student that is graduating from junior section to senior section? It will be demoralizing.
For the man who has single-handedly done all of these, his primary goal is to pass a strong message across to the government, old students, and the general public.
My hope and intention is that when the government or the governor, if the governor comes to commission this, that when he comes, he would at least see what an old student has done. And then that could serve as some kind of motivation for the government now to do something. And not just for the government now to do something, but also important for other old students to take a cue. I mean, those who have, been blessed to at least take a cue. And what I tell people is, I'm not a rich person, I'm not rich. It cost me so much. And, but you really don't have to be rich to do certain things. So as an old student, even if it's just a block or two you're able to contribute, that would go a long way. And also very important is that, people have always said journalists always take, they don't give. And this is to disprove that journalists we don't just report situations. So sometimes, journalism could make you do some very unexpected things. Do I plan to do more in the future? Yes, by the special grace of God, because to some extent, we are actually the government. So whatever, as individuals, whether individuals or collectives, not in government, whatever it is we can do to help make our society better, we should do it.
Hi, I'm Ayofel Larinde. I'm a visual artist and a photographer, but I major mainly in scribble art, which I see as an art form born out of frustration. My very first scribble painting was done based on frustration. I was at Artist Connect in 2015, where I was challenged to actually do an art piece, and I felt really frustrated because around that time I was just using pencil to work and I was handed a pen to draw. So I just started doing jaga jaga, trying to find something from it, and then along the line I realized I was actually just making sense. I could see a face in the painting I was doing. So I realized that there was something called scribble art later on when I researched on what I'd done at the Artist Connect. Scribble art basically, like I said, is an art form born out of frustration and me wanting to accept myself, me just accepting my flaws, and me also creating sense out of nonsense and using disharmony to actually form harmony. So it's more of like me joining crooked lines together to actually make sense. It's just wobbling lines around to actually form something, to actually arrive at a point. I can remember far back as secondary school in SS1. I was in biology. I was a science student in biology class then. I needed to like make some extra money for pocket money. I was in the boarding house then, and I could draw from my textbook. I could imitate things I could see. So my friends used to give me their works, biology assignments, to draw skeletons and everything. So like most times whenever we have assignments, I'm the one they come to. So I used to do it, and then I got into trouble. The biology teacher caught me, realized that all the works were looking alike, and then she called me to the staff room. Around that time, the visual arts teacher too was around, so like he saw what was going on and he was like, this girl can draw, she can even shade. Okay, she should actually come around to the visual arts class. So I enrolled for the visual art vocational studies then. I was doing science and I was also doing art on the side. So I started developing interest because art to me was just for fun. I didn't really know that I had the gift. I just knew that okay, I could just draw things, and I realized that most of the times when I draw, it was basically from what I was feeling at that time, or basically because I just wanted to feel good. So yeah, that was basically how I started doing art. Initially, my inspiration basically was only from myself. I was inspired by my own journey through life, but along the line, I started gaining more interest in things around me. I started gaining more interest in history. I gained more interest in my environment. I gained interest in my friends, like their stories, and yeah, governments too. I'm interested in politics, the political aspect of Nigeria and the world as a whole. Achievement. Okay, first off, I think being an artist first is an achievement for me because people are destined. People are born for greatness, yes, and people have been given different skills. Some people do hairdressing, some people do makeup, some people dance and all of that. But I'm really thankful to God for this gift that I have, which is art. So I see that as an achievement because it consoles me, fills me up. And then secondly, I was nominated for the Future Awards Africa last year, which was very, very surprising because I was nominated beside the people I see as my bosses. So like being around those people and being the youngest amongst them was quite overwhelming. And then I got some other nominations from Leading Women's Africa. I was 1 out of 100 Leading Women's Africa, most inspiring women in the world. So like that's like the major highlights for like the awards I've won. There's also the one for creativity, most creative students in the whole of Unilag. There's one for most creative students in Africa, and yeah. Weirdly, I actually don't even count the number of artworks, but I have a list which I used to collate them. But I would say in my lifetime, I would say that I've created more than 500 works. I dance. Before I started doing art, I used to dance. Actually, dancing was my first love. I used to dance professionally, but I had to stop because my parents didn't they didn't see it as a career as much as also the way they didn't see art as a career. So I had to just stop dancing, but it's something that I still wish to go back. And aside dancing, I also am a photographer. I take pictures. I also do short films. Scribble art is something that I have mastered over time. It's something that I've practiced. Something that I can even do in my sleep, not even exaggerate. So like most times it's really not difficult because I'm the kind of person who sees or who gains inspiration from dreams. So there are sometimes when I'm asleep and then ideas just come and next thing I wake up, I draw. I already know what I want to do. And then there are times when it is actually very difficult, times when my works actually challenge me. I do some particular works and it speaks to me in ways that I can't even explain. So times like that, I give the piece a particular period, say a year, before I go back to it. So there are times when my pieces challenge me, like when I'm doing something very personal. For example, when I had an artwork done for my biological dad, it was really attacking because it just laid down questions that I couldn't answer personally. A scribble artist, my own process is, right, there's no direct path. It's usually in a scribbled form. Scribbled form is meaning it's a jaga form. Because I'm seen as a jaga artist, like I said. They see me as one person that just does nonsense, actually makes sense. So most times I twist and twirl before I actually make a point. Twist and twirl in the sense that I can decide to just get a sketchbook and then from a point I'm doing jargons all over, just doing jargons, not making any sense. And then it gets to a point where I actually realize what I am trying to do, the message I'm trying to pass across, and then I start building on that particular piece. So from that point, I'm already forming an image. I never finish an artwork. I never see it as a finished work. I feel like whenever I create an art piece, there's always going to be a continuation. And most times, it is when people get to buy the works off me that I call it finished because I no longer have it in my possession. But sometimes I break down pieces into series because I can't finish one on a particular canvas. So I have to continue on another canvas. That is where that's why there's need for collection or series when I'm working. So, for example, my Igbo landing works, this one behind me here, It's actually a series, a 5-in-1 series. Jean-Michel Basquiat actually indirectly influences my style. He's a new expressionist. I also have interest in expressionism. I like his method, and I feel like his approach towards creating has influenced me in so many ways, because like I said earlier, I basically just approach the canvas and I see drawing on the canvas as me learning. I see it as an opportunity to learn. So whenever I draw, whenever I scribble, it's more like I'm actually learning. So that is how it is for Basquiat. So whenever he approaches his canvas, he just basically scribbles paints around. He scribbles paints around, and while doing that, he figures out some things about what he's doing. So I think that's the same thing, because I see art as a learning process. So he has impacted me in that form. Although Basquiat is dead, but yeah, I still look up to him a lot. Challenges I faced as an artist. At first it was acceptance. I was really chasing acceptance, and I realized at the point when I started getting accepted, I started losing myself, because I wasn't, basically it felt like I was just doing works just to please people, just to please people's satisfactions. And around that time I was doing that because I was doing realism works. I was drawing faces realistically. And then I realized I wanted something more, and in the process I started doing my own thing. I started doing scribble art. So yeah, at first it was acceptance, then there was the financial aspect. I mean, it takes a lot to get art materials, it takes a lot to get a studio. I got the studio late last year with my friend Bayo, which I currently share with. There's also the whole art scene in Nigeria. It's not so encouraging, because I feel like they keep recycling old artists or dead artists, and they are actually emerging artists doing so well. I have friends around that practice so well, they practice so hard, the works actually speaks to me and speaks to a lot of people, and I feel like there should be room for them too, but it's kind of not so easy because there's politics everywhere, there's politics in the art scene. My plans actually change over time, because I'm human, I grow, and I realize that sometimes I actually want stuffs bigger and sometimes I want stuffs a little more subtle, right? So currently I would like to actually have a hub where people like me wouldn't get the opportunity to create, wouldn't get the opportunity to study what they wanted to study, can actually come around and feel at home. People who probably find themselves doing things they really don't want to do can actually come home and meet other people, network, create. So there's going to be an art school, there's going to be a dance school, basically a creative hub where people can come around and learn. So that is like my dream. I would like to own a hub where people can do that, expose new talents, encourage them. And currently I've started doing that little by little with my NGO. It's called Charity with Arts. We go to the streets or we go to orphanages and then we teach kids how to draw. We don't only just feed them or give them clothes, we also teach them, because we feel like once you have a skill, you already have a weapon, or you have your passports to the world, like to travel the world. So basically we just impact that knowledge and get them to practice more.
first thing that came to my mind was thinking about what I could do that was very big, that would push my talent, my abilities to the limit. And then in what way can I do that would also create a large impact, that would also change the lives of people. And that's why I decided to break the record in this direction. That way we're not just breaking a record, but we're also making impact. We're also trying to enlighten people. We're also trying to foster understanding between Nigerians. It's all about unity and diversity, which is the name of the artwork. Something that celebrates our culture, something that reminds us of our culture and reminds us that there is strength in our diversity. There is so much to learn from one another, and it creates this sense of, makes you more welcoming, makes you more tolerant. It expands your horizon, and there's so much strength that can be gotten from that. It's been 9 years in the making. This idea first came up in 2015. We weren't able to do it because of it was a very expensive record. The sheer size of the canvas alone and the materials and everything it was a challenge getting all of that until about last year when we got our sponsors, Toleram, who decided to take care of all of that for us. And then the next challenge was the venue, which the Lagos State government supported us with. And then after that, we started looking for other things, and it pretty much got easier from that point. The next challenge was, it's been for the past 4 days we've been here. It's not been easy. It's been very difficult. It's much more than I expected, much more than I anticipated. So I can't wait for it to be done.
Very, very impressive, very exciting. Whenever I see people challenging or trying to do this, I'm excited. You could see, and this is even more peculiar because of the theme, unity and diversity. Trying to do this for days now. This is the spirit, entrepreneurial spirit of Nigerian youth today.
That's a perfect theme. Nigeria should stay together. All the tribes, unity in diversity, and everyone should stay together. The ethnic groups should stay together and work together as one country.
This is something huge. This is something big for Africa. This is something big for Nigeria. This is something big for Lagos. And I'm really proud and happy that it's coming from my brother and friend. The whole world is on shutdown right now, rooting for Fola David. We are proud of him. We are proud of what he has done. It has shown that outside music, outside comedy, outside movies, outside sport, there are people, there are other sectors that needs recognition, like artists like this. And we're proud of what he's doing. I'm proud of him, man.
This is landing Nigeria on a very high pedestal. And trust me, as far as I'm concerned, my kids dragged me here today. Because my son was actually asking that, how is it possible to merge two professions at the same time? So when my son heard, he's just 5, and it's like, oh, how come he's a doctor and he's also an artist? Like, how is that possible? They want to see. And I told myself, I have to drive all the way from Ibadan to be present here today. Trust me, I am super happy this is happening to us. One win for one is one win for all at the end of the day, yeah.
It's one thing for one to be very daring, but to be daring to an extent where you're trying to do something where you're talking of a Guinness Book of Records, then it means that you have a bigger balls. First of all, I think that Fola has been a special person. If you think about how he has transitioned from being a medical doctor now to showing his crafts, and then he's doing what he's doing now. It's something I'm quite happy about. I'm very proud of him. He's my man. I like him so much, and he's somebody who is very, very driven. So I'm not surprised that he's doing this today.
Start of a vast overhaul, a reshaping of the Nigerian narrative through art paintings, and I'm highly impressed. It's a good time to be alive, to witness such an amazing thing, breaking the world record and telling the Nigerian story.
This is actually a very, very beautiful one. I'm so excited because Fola David is someone I know personally, for a number of years, now. And then, I've been able to witness firsthand his tenacity, his diligence. So I'm really happy that this is actually happening on a very, very big scale. And this is saying congratulations to you, Fola. God bless you.
First of all, I want to compliment Fola Davis. This is very huge. I think this is nice to see that we're always breaking records, and he's doing something that is very inspiring. Again, very huge, because you can hear the support from everyone here, and you can see how massive this is. The world's largest painting, I think, is amazing.
It's important that we know from every part of the country that we're one Nigeria, right? So what he's doing today is depicting what it means to be one Nigeria, right? From the west, from the south, from the east, or from the north, right? We are one, and that's what he's doing, right? No one is going to say that this is an Igbo or Hausa or Yoruba accomplishment. It's a Nigerian accomplishment. It's a Nigerian breaking the record.
It's an inspiring one, and it's very, very creative, because I feel like this is going to put Nigeria on the map again, and also the Nigerian art also. And I'm proud of Fola David, of course, and I want to commend him for that. Yeah.
I'm happy this is happening, and I'm happy it's happening in Lagos. I mean, this is Lagos. If such a feat is going to happen, it must happen in Lagos, which is why I'm here, Commissioner for Youth and Social Development, to give support to my brother, Dr. Fola. And just the turnout is encouraging, but most importantly is to drive home the message of our administration of Governor Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, where we're leaving no one behind. This is a creative economy, right? We have different youths in different, sectors doing great things. We have the gig economy, we have the creative economy, we have the sports economy. Irrespective of wherever you find yourself, we will always come out to give you the support that you need, because, the sky is our foundation, right? And our Things Plus agenda, social inclusion, gender equality, and the youth. And this is what it's all about.
An amazing team, unity in diversity, because the way Nigeria is right now, we have a lot of people that are that feel like we're not united, but this kind of like reestablished that fact that we have people that are from different tribes, and we love working together. We have Igbo people here, we have Yoruba. In fact, on the media team, we have several guys from different tribes working together, and everybody is working with the same mindset, with one uniform goal of making sure that we see to it that Fola David gets to beat the world record for largest drawing in the world.
achieving the goal, I feel blessed. But you see, for every other thing happening, I'm very surprised. I didn't think it was gonna happen. I know I wanted to do the drawing, and I was pursuing that. I was pushing and pushing for that. And I'm saying this, I didn't expect this to happen. I really didn't. We chose the stadium because we needed the size for the drawing, not because of this. I didn't know this would happen, and I'm so grateful. Every time the children come and they're saying good things about what's happening, I've always wanted to do something that would really affect young ones, because when I was growing up, I didn't have as much opportunities to explore my art as I wanted to. And seeing the young ones come and feel inspired and also feel like this is something they love, it really touches me. So it's really rewarding for me. We have more projects to go. We have many more things that we're going to do. We have been able to get the attention of the government, and there's so many more ideas that we're going to actualize moving forward. So please watch out for it.
Many thanks for joining us again on the newsroom. The Kaduna State Primary Healthcare Development Agency has recorded 1 death out of 86 suspected cases of cholera. The Director of Public Health, Hamza Ibrahim Ikara, disclosed this in an interview with journalists on Thursday in Kaduna. According to him, the state recorded a total suspected cases of 86 in 9 local governments, whereby 24 have been treated and discharged. And the Rivers State government has shut down a hospital in Omagwa, Ikwere local government area run by an agriculturalist as part of its ongoing crackdown on illegal medical facilities. The Commissioner for Health in Rivers State, Adeze Ora, at a press briefing in her office, said the hospital is among the 6 health facilities recently sealed by the State Anti-Crackdown Committee established by the Ministry of Health in April. The Commissioner expressed concerns that these illegal facilities did not only provide substandard healthcare services, but also trained others in their dangerous practices. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control has destroyed counterfeit and expired products valued at over 10 billion naira in the Northeast Zone. The public destruction exercise was conducted in Gombe State on Wednesday. During the event, NAFDAC Director General Mojisola Adeyeye, represented by the Northeast Zonal Director Kenneth Azikwe, emphasized that the agency's action was a demonstration of its ongoing commitment to safeguarding Nigerian market from substandard, falsified and harmful products. The Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET, has forecast thundery weather conditions from Thursday to Saturday across the country. NIMET's weather outlook released on Wednesday forecast morning thunderstorms in the northern region on Thursday. The agency anticipated thunderstorms over parts of Taraba, Adamawa, Kaduna State, and other parts of Zamfara, Kaduna, Gombe, Bauchi, Adamawa, and Kebbi State later in the day. And on business, the National President, Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, Abubakar Garima, has disclosed that Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited is owing Ipman almost 15 billion naira. Garima disclosed this on Thursday during a televised interview. The statement comes after the NNPCL jacked up the pump price fell of petrol, also known as petrol, to 1,030 naira per litre. And on the foreign scene, South Korean author An Kang has won the 2024 Nobel Prize in Literature for intense poetic prose that confronts historical traumas and exposes the fragility of human life. Matt Mao, the permanent secretary of the Swedish Academy's Nobel Committee, announced the prize in Stockholm on Thursday and is the first South Korean writer to win the Nobel Literature Prize. And on sport, Rafael Nadal on Thursday announced he will retire from the Davis Cup finals in November, ending a career that brought 22 Grand Slam titles, global respect, and inspired epic, iconic rivalries. The 38-year-old Spaniard is set to end his 2 decades as a professional with 92 titles and prize money alone of $135 million. He dominated the French Open, where he won 14 of his majors, his first arriving just days after his 19th birthday in 2005, his last in 2022, making him the event's oldest champion. And these are the stories making the rounds of our newsroom at this time. We'll update you at the top of the hour. I am Okpeyemi Uwosheni.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
Wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can
Akinola Olunowade is one of the big yam farmers in Kapam community. He grows his yam tubers in sacks and has 5 of such farms in the community. But all the farms are now gone, destroyed by the toxic pollutant of August 28.
I don't have any other thing to do now. I borrow money in the bank to do this project, sir. I cannot lie to you. I need help. I have 3 children in the university. Presently, as you are looking at me, and I need to pay their school fees. What will I do? What will I do? So I don't know what to do. That's why I'm pleading to the world. If anybody who can assist me to come up again, that you try and do it. And that you do it directly to me, not through any third party.
I am retired Lieutenant Colonel Dubagari. I retired to 2014 and I bought this place. Bought it 5 plots.
The retired lieutenant colonel grows grain and ginger in his 5-plot farm, but the farm is now decimated by the pollutant.
As you can see, this is ginger. The ginger was very greenish. It's not turning yellow. That means the chemical has affected it. Look at my corn. Like guinea corn now, you can see no one is surviving. All of the inside they have dried up. Only the maize now is drying gradually. The granite there completely was gone. We have to remove it to plant beans. And so many things inside. I have a garden inside where I planted a lot of things. That is, I just have passion in farming. All my things are gone. Nothing to fall on now. We are supposed to be eating corn now, but look at the corn has gone to another thing. We have nothing to eat.
It's the same story for organic fertilizer producer and farmer Sunday Beth, whose 1 hectare grain farm is more or less now dead.
I am crying for the people who can assist us, because up to now, I've not seen the refinery people to come and see what the level of damage they damage our crop. So that is why I am crying for the assistance. Anybody that can assist us, so that we'll get what will feed the family and also see how we can revive the business.
The devastation goes beyond farmland. The residents say many of their livestock are dead, and many people in the community are now falling sick.
Many animals died. Chicken died. Even I have part of it on my phone here that I can show you if you want to see. So even the health implication, since that day, no day that I don't buy milk for my family to take. Because many of them have been complaining of chest pain, mouth bitterness, and the rest of it. I have bought roughly 1 carton of milk in my house to give to them.
The management of the refinery is yet to issue any official statement on the actual cause of the pollution, but the National Environmental Standards and Regulations Enforcement Agency, NESRIA, says it may have been caused by ruptured pipes conveying hydrogen chloride. But one of the residents of the community, who is a retired environmental geologist, thinks he knows the exact cause of the pollution.
Greenhouse gas was released into the atmosphere that carry a lot of poisonous gases, chlorofluorocarbon, carbon monoxide, methane gas. They were all released into the atmosphere that came down as acid rain. That's what we call it in geology, acid rain, that descended on the community, which affected even human beings. Some of the residents here, their body started scratching. Some had a respiratory problem. They had to rush their children and wife to the hospital. Then in the morning, we noticed a lot of itching. And on the 3rd day, we noticed that some of the livestock, like goat, chicken, they started dying. So we saw the toxicity, which even made the women to go and block the road to protect to the refinery, because they approached the management and it seemed that there was lip service.
This is a chemical substances that have entered, we inhale it and it has gone into the body. It's not something that you just, it go like, as you can see, it's killing this crop gradually. That is how it's killing human beings gradually.
The residents say their lives have now been badly impacted and that they would need help as soon as possible. They say the sooner the help they are seeking comes, the better for them and their community. But there's no question that full recovery for Kapam community will take a very long time.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Lagos Voices. I am Sydney Okafor. Access to essential infrastructure services such as clean water, sanitation, healthcare, education, and reliable energy improves the quality of life for individuals and communities. For residents of Moshi and its environs, such infrastructure has been erected and unveiled by the Lagos State government. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu officially unveiled the last 5 of the overpass bridge promised by his administration to Lagosians. Some of them that spoke with us about this flyover bridge have this to say.
Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has officially opened the last of the 5 flyover bridges promised by the state government, which was erected along the Red Line rail corridors undertaken by the Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, LAMATA. The flyover bridge that has separated pedestrian and vehicular interference on the rail tracks to avoid risk of accidents and collisions between trains and vehicles. At the unveiling ceremony, Sanwo-Olu said the opening of the Mushin flyover was another fulfillment of his administration to Lagosians that will change the face of public transport in the state.
Vehicles have lost a lot of tires, they've lost a lot of livelihood just attempting to navigate that. With this infrastructure, all of that has been put behind us. But more importantly, is our solution to ensure that there is minimal disruption on the red line corridor. And so that is why this overpass is strategically important. We have delivered Agege Pen Cinema, we have delivered the Keja overpass, we have delivered the Yaba overpass, we have delivered the Oyingbo overpass. Now this is the Mushin Onipan overpass. And so for us, it's about keeping faith with our citizens. It's about ensuring that we can make this place a lot better for them and make it a lot better than we met it.
We had to deliver 4 overpasses, and this is the last one out of the 4. I really don't think today is a day for speeches. It is just a day for us to acknowledge the work that has been done by the state, to also acknowledge those who have partnered with us, the community, because we couldn't have done this without the support of the community, and we thank you. The Nigerian Railway Corporation, because we're crossing over their track, the House of Assembly, who have supported us from the very beginning of this project.
Residents in the state confirmed the infrastructure has brought traffic relief to motorists and commuters connecting Agege Motor Road from Onipan.
Before the bridge, it has been quite very busy. You know, there used to be roadside marketers and all. Then traffic on this road, on this highway, has been very heavy. But after the completion of the bridge, you can see that even there is no traffic right now. And then the bridge gives access to Mushin directly. And then you don't have to go under the bridge. I mean, there are some streets, there are some roads that you can get to from under the bridge. But, and then it makes traffic heavier, or it made traffic heavier because some people were directly going down to Mushin. But with this bridge, I mean, everybody has his own routes. You're either going under the bridge or you're going above the bridge. And then it has given those roadside marketers at least some space to hustle. So I think that's some benefit. Oh well, yes, literally we pay taxes, so we are entitled to things like this. But anyways, thanks to the government for doing things like this. I found out over time that people here have serious issues accessing and getting health care, and then it's been terrible. Of course, yes. I mean, we have a federal hospital around Mushin. That's the Lagos Investigation Hospital. So if there was an emergency, of course, this bridge will have made it. Will make it so much easier and swifter to get there. So this bridge has been very, very useful. In fact, has made life a lot easier for all of us here. Thanks to the government.
You know, for the first instance, we have to thank government for them to bring this kind of development to this area. Though we have been expecting such thing in this area so that more development can take place. For instance, now look at this building here. So Boku, this supermarket have acquired the place. So for them to acquire this place now, that means that more development will soon come up ahead. Now, for this very bridge to be in existence of this environment, that shows that in a few years to come, more development will soon arrive to the environment. There's no market here. It is only this Kayode street that they are used to be marketing there. But for now, with this kind of bridge here now, we have a marketplace there. That's our market. So for this kind of bridge to be in this environment, that shows that this very market around here will be more, people will patronize them more.
While appreciating the state government's efforts, they called for immediate repairs of street lights and other road infrastructure within the community.
Also, I first of all thank the Lagos State government for this project. We have been hearing it when I was so young, because I was born in this street. We have been hearing that there will be a crossover from Kayode to Gumokun. But thank God that the celebrity Mr. Abajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu brought it to rocks. And what I can say is that the project is so fantastic to the people of this area and other area, because before, if we are going to Kayode, we have to go and pass the local bypass before we can get to Kayode with car. But now, as you can see, when I'm going to Kayode, now, if I can board a box here, within 2-3 minutes, I'll get there and came back. So, I will say a big thank you to Lagos State government. And I will plead to them to complete this road, link to Aige Motor Road and the Ikorodu Road. So, the road will be so more perfect.
My own opinion for this road is that they should do a roundabout to this road and a traffic light to make it easy for people turning here to avoid accidents. And this road has been good for people living around here because it makes it easy for them. People going down to Onipan, going to Shomolu, it's easy for them to go. We say thank you to the government, and the other way around, please, the government will help us find solution to what is happening in Nigeria. This fuel, about the fuel, the food, hunger is too much in this country. They should help us do something about it. It has been helping to boost business. People are moving here constantly now, so it makes business move properly. It was not okay, but now the government has done well. You know that this road now makes, I don't know how to even put it. This road has made, the road is very bad that time, and it's not making business moving well here. Now that the road has been done, people are moving here. It's just easing access to people.
Before the Mushin flyover was completed, the Sanwo-Olu administration had opened 4 other bridges in Yaba, Oyigbo, Ikeja and Agege to create new connectivity along the Lagos Rail Mass Transit Red Line, which spans 37 kilometers from Agbado to Oyigbo. The governor charged the residents to take ownership of the infrastructure and protect it from deliberate destruction.
Congratulations to the people that reside in that part of the state. This overpass bridge will really assist to ease traffic in that suburb. All right, our next story is on the Onje Eko, an initiative by Lagos State government to provide a varieties of food items to residents at a discount of 25%. It is meant to bring succor to residents of states in the midst of rising food prices in the country. This laudable initiative came into effect due to the economic downturn that led to hunger across the nation. Now, let's take a listen to what Lagos State's resident has to say about Onje Eko initiative that holds every Sunday exactly around 10 a.m. to 5 p.m.
In March 2024, the Lagos State government completed the first phase of the Onje Eko initiative, which took place in 57 local government areas and local council development areas. According to the state government, the success and wide acclaim of the first phase of the project has shown the substantial impact such initiatives can have on improving the lives of residents. Residents have stormed Owosheni Primary School, Oshodi local government area, one of the locations of the temporary market. Security officers were stationed to maintain orderliness as the people queue to purchase food items. Some of the food items made available by the Lagos State government for sale are eggs, rice, beans, garri, bread, as well as perishables. They praised the state government for the palliative measure which allows them to purchase food items at 25% discount.
If I should rate this experience on a scale of 1 to 10, 2 over 10. Number 1, the setting is a no for me. When they say onje oko, as in it's supposed to be a well-organized stuff. This place is an open place. Some people, they are carrying their newborn baby under the sun, no space to sit. See people the way they are going from one place to another. And I believe our government, they have a lot of work to do because in this kind of settings, they are supposed to make this place conducive. When they say free food, we are supposed to pay, right? But I believe the way it's not properly taken, as they didn't really organize this place well. To me, they didn't really organize this place well. But they still have a lot of work to do. And the crowd is very, very much. The crowd is very much. So I believe they have a lot of, though they are trying their best, but when they say something cheaper, at least make it conducive. So that when you come, it's not as if you stay. Some people, they'll be standing for hours, an hour, 2 hours. You see elderly people, they didn't even make attempt. Okay, people they are carrying newborn baby, elderly men, elderly women, pregnant women. So they're supposed to make efforts on those kind of people. So that's all I have to say. Actually, it's cheaper. From my own experience, last week, I went to make my findings on egg. They said it's 5,000. So coming here, egg is 3,600. So the difference is there. But before you can even get one of 3,600, you have to sweat before I can get the one of. So if you look at it, to me, I would prefer the one of 5,000 because coming here at the end of the day, I will stand on the queue for hours. I won't get it. So what's the next thing for me to do? Is for me to go for the one of 5,000. Though it's not as if the money is not there, but at least the one of 5,000 is okay by me because of the crowd and everything.
If someone wants to get like 2 to 3 items, hence you get a point where you will pay. You can easily pay that place and have your receipts than pay here and go to here and pay here and go to here. That is the stressful something I see inside. Normally it's cheap. It's cheap. Quite all right. It's 100% cheap outside there. Like rice is different of 400 outside than this. Even the beans also. Everything, even tomatoes, onions, is very cheap. It's okay. I like the I like the idea the government brought for it. It's so good. Well, only that to get it is so stressful because of the queue. People are much. It's 5 kg. Like the rice is 5,000 plus. Even the beans 9,000 plus. In fact, the rate is okay by me. Not doubting something on it. It's real. It's real. You people should be coming. I have got my own item. This is it.
If you say enjoy, I don't know about that. But all I know is that at least I have an opportunity to buy at a discounted prices. That is it. But the fact that I'm enjoying it, not really, because it's stressful. The ease of being able to have access to the market is one thing that they need to look into as far as logistics is concerned. Because our people now, we are very difficult people to manage. So if you don't create a system, that will at least reduce or eliminate, people cheating, and they're having their means to buy easily without having to cheat on somebody else's, rights, it will be a lot, good. Because coming here, you have to move from one place to another. Having bought from a particular, place, you have to go and start all over again from the beginning, which is not, mostly convenient for people. Had it been there's a case whereby once it gets to your turn, that ends you the right to move from one place to another to buy whatever you want to buy. It will make a lot of sense than this, disorganized, arrangements. And then there is this issue of a man who knows who you know ahead. So if you know somebody knows somebody, you can easily, have your way ahead. And we have heard about cases where some people are even hoarding it. They buy from here, they go and resell. and the people that really want to buy to eat are not having access to it. So that's one of the challenges that they need to look into. Definitely, of course, like they have some rules. You get to some places, they will tell you they cannot sell more than 2 kg, they cannot sell more than 1 kg. If they can adhere to that strictly, then it's going to help, to curtail, such wrong habits. The process is always hectic. It's just a case of, first come, first served. That's the way it's supposed to be. You come in, you are delayed at the gate to wait for your turn. While you are waiting, some people are going behind, to get into the queue. When it gets into your turn, you don't know where to start from. You get that now. You practically have to look for, places to start from. So when you start from a particular place and you get to the front and you're able to buy, you have to go and start all over again from another place, which is very, very discouraging, for some people. God forbid, we have people fainting. We have people collapsing, on the queue if care is not taken. But if they know that once, you are able to have patience and it gets to your turn, that gives you the right to move from one store to another to buy. It's better than having to go and start all over again from the beginning. So that's just one thing I think they need to improve on.
My experience with Onjeko is that Onjeko presently, as we buy here, as we purchase here, compared to what we purchase outside, is far, far, far discounted. Because, for example, Nangari outside there is like 3,500 naira per plastic, and now we are buying almost 2 plastic for 4,000 naira and 30 naira, which is almost a discount of close to 3,000 naira. So obviously, Lagos State is trying as per Onjeko. Yes, very well. On the aspect of what do they need to do more, they need to continue this, because the level of hunger in the nation is on the high side presently, and they need to assist in continuing this program so that it can alleviate people's hunger, poverty for the time being, while the government restore the economy back to its state. Yes, as per the organization, personally, I will say the organization is being affected by we, the populace, and sometimes in an attempt to curb the people from, it may result to maybe violence, or people start reacting that they are being aggressive to them. What I feel is that they should just continue to calm the people down, and make the food more available, so that people will be rest assured that even if I stay till 5 o'clock, I'll get whatever I want to get.
The temporary market is scheduled to run for 8 weeks across the 57 councils, consisting of 20 local government areas and 37 local council development areas. Residents call for an increase in the number of vendors to cater for the growing number of people.
First of all, I want to appreciate the government under the governorship of Babajide Sanwo-Olu for this laudable initiative. Considering the current economic situation, it is innovative to actually think of this kind of intervention. However, as we know, of course, anytime there's something like this, there will be very large, turnout due to the discounts. You understand? So there are so many people that are here to benefit. I'm also here to patronize, to get food items on a cheaper rate. And then that is why we are here. And there are so many other people also here trying to get the same thing. There are so many people, and the vendors are not like enough to cater for the large volume of people that are here. So if I'm to advise, if they can increase the number of vendors, because there are so many people that are coming in, trooping in, and there will be so many people that will still be coming in because of the discount. So I want to suggest that they should increase the number of vendors, and then they should try to make it more, accessible to the people. Well, I'm here to get rice, beans, garri, and egg. So even though I've not gotten it, but I believe that I should be able to get it before I leave today.
I got here exactly at 8 a.m. and this is already 1 p.m. and I have not gotten anything yet. Some people are not following the due process at all. In short, there are some people buying 4 crates of eggs at once, and some people will still be good and resell it to our fellow Nigerians. And such actions are totally wrong. The government has set up this laudable initiative for the masses, but the citizens are now abusing it. The food items made available are good, but the organization of the temporary market is not well planned out. It's my first time here and I am not pleased with what I'm seeing. The state government should amend the process and call the staff of the program to order. So they can also join the people on the queue, so as to understand the stress ordinary citizens are going through before buying these food items. In short, I don't think I will visit the market again because it is not conducive at all for me. However, I will not dispute the fact that state government has really done something outstanding for Lagosians.
The head of the Sunday market under the Oshodi local government says that all complaints made by the people will be addressed by the state government.
The process is very simple. This is an initiative of our amiable governor, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, to address the hunger in the land. You simply come in with your ATM. There is no cash transaction. So we have engaged vendors already. So you come in, you pay for for an item you are buying. You are actually entitled to buy all the items. The only thing is that you cannot buy more than 1 crate of egg, 5 kg of rice, 5 kg of beans, 5 kg of gari. You can buy 2 loaves of bread, and then you can buy the perishables like Tatache Rodo. You don't need to know anybody. Just come in with your ATM and you'll be attended to. But you have to be orderly. As you can see, people are on queue and they are being attended to. Those people that are even pregnant, we deliberately take them out of the queue and take them to the voucher section and they are attended to. Those that are backing baby, we also attend to them. The elderly one, we give them preference so that they won't be on the queue. Those that are visibly sick, like when I was at the rice section the other time, there was an elderly woman, she was coughing vigorously. We attended to her immediately. So we give preference to this set of people. But we also guide against people that try to pretend. You understand? You cannot pretend and be coughing just anyhow so that they can attend to you. No, there's a way in which we design that one. But someone is blind now, someone is physically challenged, we quickly attend to them. Just they enjoy the same privilege, only that their own is going to be faster than that of other. What we expect from people as they come in is for them to be orderly. Just take their ATM and go and join the queue, because those that are in front of you, some of them have been here for 30 minutes. So you cannot just come at a go and feel you should be attended to. You have to wait for your turn. That's the way we do it, so that we can all go on time. Ideally, the market is between 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. So, but if we still have goods to sell beyond 5 p.m., sometimes we stay beyond that time. So if at any point in time we discover that a particular item finishes, there is nothing else you can do but to close for that particular market for that day, and you face all other items. Actually, we all know that there is hunger in the land. If you see the first day, people aren't as much as you can see today. The second market day, there was an improvement, but today, being the third market day, the crowd is massive. So we are working on that to make sure that we have more vendors to address this issue. But honestly speaking, people are enjoying it, as you can see them coming and going out. We believe this will reduce the hunger in the land. We are grateful to the governor. We are grateful to the commissioner of Agric, Ms. Abisola Olusoya. Also grateful to our permanent secretary, Mr. Audrey Emmanuel.
To enhance accountability and convenience, the state government made sure the transactions were done with the use of debit cards. They also urged residents to be orderly at respective markets, as adequate security will be provided to ensure each free transactions throughout the period.
Welcome back. Wow, that is commendable for real. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu in his magnanimous nature has shown indeed that he cares about Lagos State residents' welfare. Everything that has a beginning has an end. Well, this is where we'll wrap up today's program. See you next time, and bye for now.
Ayetoro community is a theocratic communist setting funded by a group of believers known as the Apostles in 1947. Ayetoro community in its heydays has the largest per capita income in the whole of West Africa. Initially, Ayetoro community was 15 to 20 kilometer landmass away from the sea. But as it stands now, more than 10 kilometers of the total landmass has gone into the sea. And this frequent surge is attributed to emission from multinational oil companies off the coasts of our land, not minding the environmental challenges and disasters.
This is a community established in one of the Nigeria base. A lot of people you see in the offshore were trained here, both mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, and nautical engineer were trained in this bush. Yes, this bush, I call this place bush. And this is the Shepherd Technical Workshop approved by the IWD, which is now Minister of Transport. IWD means the Inland Waterway Department. That is the colonial time.
This place is like small London. So, and our primary occupation here is fishing. You can see now, everything now has been eroded. Some of our fishermen, they have went to other places to find for their source of livelihood.
It's just a sudden that we have been experiencing sea culture coming every day by day. And since that time, we have been making effort to the federal government because we are law-abiding citizens. We believe that we cannot engage ourselves in a radical ways because we believe that by protesting, writing letters, federal government can come to our aid. By the videos, a lot of things we have been doing since we have been expressing the sea church.
I'm shooting. That area, that is the iconic worship center. Yeah, that wood. That is the iconic worship center. Over there, we have the community service center here. Over there. Then at the same time, the major streets where other minor streets were linked to has been permanently submerged by the ocean surge.
I'm seriously worried. I'm worried because this recurrency surge is affecting us in virtually all human aspects of our life. Social life has been collapsed.
economic-wise has been collapsed, health-wise, nothing to sing and dance home about. Even our religious activities, our life, religious life, has been collapsed totally. Because Ayeto community is a religious setting. The church moved here. We have not just come here to trade or to do other activities. The church is the community is the church. So every aspect of our life has been totally, damaged by this current, recurring sea surge happening in Ayeto. Over 20 years, we've been into this. People have lost, several properties worth millions. Buildings has collapsed. Over 500 to 600 to 700 buildings have been washed away. Our industrial power has been collapsed. Ayeto community is known to be a self-developed community on its own, without any intervention of the federal government or the state government over the years. Yet we kept on going. If by now the ocean surge, as a result of the oil exploration that is going on in our offshore, is destroying our land. Up till now, we cannot see the hand of the government coming to help and to rescue us. It is so sad, and that's why I'm worried.
Ṣé ẹ bá wo gbogbo ibi ilé ló kún bẹ̀, gbogbo ilé yẹn ni òkun ti parẹ́ pátápátá. Bó dẹ̀ ṣe ń wó ilé yẹn ló ń wó gbogbo àwọn ohun àlùmọ́nì wa, àwọn ohun tí a ní, ilé, ohun ẹrù wa, ìmí gan tó bá ń wo báyìí tí a bá tètè dìsámúra àti gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, ó gbé gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ nìyẹn.
Fund the trip of those guys down here. Trip of those guys down here.
This thing is excruciating, it is extreme. In fact, every blessed day, people used to die because of the thinking that the community that was founded at their present has been eroded. So it is extreme, it is serious, it is harrowing.
My father's house happened to be the extreme house before the Atlantic Ocean. We lost it 2017. 2007, that was when we lost it. It's highly devastating. Even the one that belonged to my grandmother, we lost it. That was along primary school road. We lost it too. So I've been affected. I'm highly devastated. Now I'm a tenant in my hometown. Imagine how is it highly devastating. We need support of the entire world to save this community. Ayeto community is a community that must not go into extinction. It's a very serious situation.
So the community is divided into two, the up and the down. So the up is reserved for the male. Why do that? Because they want them to access the sea quickly because of the occupation they engage in. Then the downside is reserved for the female, so that they can dry their fishes, because the Atlantic breeze is coming from the up, so that the smoke will not disturb the community from up. That was why they situated the downside for the women, so that their kitchen can be downside. So we have Bale, Abejoye, Korodun Aneroye, Adedoyin, Alebiosun, Bishop, Arojolu. Then so after Arojolu, you have the information house or the glass house, as we used to call it.
So where's the glass house now?
It's gone already.
It's surmount already.
That is where all the information regarding the Ayeto community, people coming just like you came now. All the information you buy your trip, what you are going to do, when you are going to, you go back. So it will be documented before you go into the community. That was how it was done then. Then the city hall or civil center, there too, all of them have gone. After the city hall, you have Ojomo Street is gone too. So behind Ojomo, we have the church building. The church street and the church building is gone already.
And that church is very important.
Very important. Community. That is where they situated that night of January 12, 1947. They situated when they came in. Now we have Akinjoye, we have Ajayi. Then in Ajayi Street, you have the first Ogeloyinbo Palace built with wood. So that one is gone too. we have the Olowojai. Then after Olowojai, you have the shoe making industry.
There used to be a shoemaking
industry. One of the industry, a small scale industry. Then behind the shoemaking industry, you have the clothing making industry too. So that one too is gone. So we have after Olowojai, behind it is the shoemaking and the clothing making. We have Olowo Topa Oyinbo. We have Omogbenwa. Then after Omogbenwa, we have the carpentry workshop. So the carpentry workshop too is currently threatening. Half of it is gone into into the sea. Then you have Tobase. Then after the Tobase street there, you have a mini supermarket. There's a mini supermarket there. So after the mini supermarket is where you have Oyetomi Street. So from the upside,
where's the mini supermarket?
This is just behind the what's it called?
But it's still there.
We can still find it there. So after the what's called the mini supermarket, you have Oyetomi Street. So from the main side now, the main streets, Oyetomi Street is the only surviving street you can find up.
And it's been threatened.
It's threatened. Almost, we only have just 2 buildings.
That is where my mother's father's house was situated, and it has been eroded.
Just 2 houses.
And your fear now is that this side, where the female side might be affected. So it's like everybody has moved to this side now.
Yes. So most of the male now, they are actually residing with their wives.
With their wives.
Their wives. So the Oyetomi is the only one that you see. Then from the downside where you have the
and this broad street is no longer existing.
It's gone completely. Where you can have the broad street, the beauty of the broad street now, it's around the Block Palace. That's where you can have the beauty of the broad street.
Okay.
How it looks like.
tí ẹ bá wo ọ̀hún yẹn chọ́ọ̀chì wa gangan the main church táwọn baba ńlá wa kọ́ ó ti wo àtúnkọ́ mi ó tún wo.
The church is where all the inhabitants of this land will gather to worship God, because that was the revelation our forefathers received. This place is a Christian utopian religious community for the service of God.
It has actually changed the landscape totally. Let me put it that way. Why do I say so? It's because when you look at the land mass, as at when our founding fathers came here, 1947, it is about 20 or 10, 15 kilometers to the shore. So people had to trek. I think Dr. Noge wrote a book about Ayeto community. That the only challenges that the fishermen, because Ayeto is known for fishing, the only challenges that they are having, it is the accessibility to the shore too. That is as at that time, and it's been a long time. So it has actually changed the landscape, and we are worried about it.
This is the community technical college. Here we are. Now you can see now these are debris, has been ravaged by the sea surge. Now that place, that is the bakery that we are using before. This last month, the sea surge has ravaged this place, and we've relocated to another place. So it is serious. That is the powerhouse generating plants. It has been affected, greatly affected by those surge. We also have dockyard over there where marine boats were built in the past. That place has been submerged as well. So nothing to write home about in the community again. All our social, cultural activities has gone. The secondary schools has been relocated for about 3 consecutive times now. Nothing again.
If urgent intervention is not coming any moment from now, the community will no longer in existence because 2/3 of the community has gone already.
My fears is that if something reasonable, prompt action is not taken on the part of government to salvage this land, perhaps we might. We don't pray for such anyway. The community might go into institution. We don't want that because Aito community has helped the federal government, even the West Africa, in terms of marine. Because when Aito was having a technical school, the Aito community has trained experts in marine engineering, in nautical engineering, and they are serving all the multinational companies that we can see in our offshore. Aito community has built the largest fishing boat in the history of Nigeria and West Africa. It was built here by the local carpenter. And those people that even built those beauty boats, they were still alive. Check Fishing News International. It's there.
If prompt and urgent action is not taken, within a space of 2 months, where we stand here will no longer be. So, and that is why we are appealing to the federal government as a matter of urgency and exigency to please come to our rescue so that Ayetoro is a historic community, so that it will not become a thing of history. That is our appealing. We are appealing to the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Dito Sopadek, Ondo State Oil Producing Area Development Commission, to please come to our rescue so that this glorious community will not become a thing of history.
So we are begging the federal government, we are begging the international community, we are begging NDDC, we are begging all relevant agencies to please come to our aid.
Apá wa ò ká o, kàn jọ kàn má jẹ́ kó kùn yìí kó gbé wa lọ, gbogbo ilé ibi iṣẹ́ wa, gbogbo ilé ìsìn tá ń pè chọ́ọ̀chì, gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ti wó.
I'm now appealing to the state government, federal government, and the world to give what you call immediate action on this community. If you were here about 20 years back, if we tell you the extension of this place, you can't believe.
Many thanks for joining us again on the newsroom. I am Yowoshini. The Lagos High Court sitting in Ikeja is adjourned to November 21st for the arraignment and plea bargain outcome of convicted kidnapper Dumeme Onuwa, popularly known as Justice Adenike Koka, adjourned proceedings following the absence of Evans and his counsel in court. Evans and his co-defendant Joseph Emekame are facing an amended 5-count charge of murder, attempt to murder, conspiracy to commit felony to wit, kidnapping. The Court of John still the first hearing people of Biafra filed to challenge his prescription as a terrorist organization by the Nigerian government. 3-man panel of the court okayed the hearing date after he directed the parties to file and exchange all the necessary processes Nnamdi Kanu had earlier joined as a party in it. And the Minister of State for Youth, Ayodele Olawande, has called for greater collaboration between government officials and youth in advancing digital innovation and social development. He emphasized this at the Nigeria Government Tech Conference and Award held in Abuja on Thursday. He cited alarming statistics regarding youth in correctional facilities as a reminder of the urgent need for and the Federation of Tourism Association of Nigeria says maritime authorities should enforce mandatory use of life jackets by passengers to reduce the rate of casualties in boat mishap nationwide. Speaking during an interactive in Lagos, the national president of FTAN, Onugu, said recent boat mishaps in Niger and Lagos State were alarming. He noted that mishaps were avoidable, adding that ignoring safety rules and overloading by operators hinder Nigeria's marine tourism growth and development. The national president of the Independent Marketers Association of Nigeria, Abubakar Garima, has disclosed that the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited is currently asking oil marketers to buy petroleum from its depot at 1,010 naira per litre in Lagos State. Garima Wood today said that the price peg is significantly higher than what the oil company paid to purchase the refinery. According to him, the company purchased the product from the refinery from between 800 naira and 900 naira, but is asking manufacturers to sell at 1,010 naira per litre in Lagos, 1,045 naira in Calabar, 1,050 naira in Port Harcourt, and 1,040 naira in Warri. On the foreign scene, the leader of Sudan's Rapid Support Forces has accused Egypt of being involved in airstrikes on the paramilitary group, but Cairo has rejected Mohammed Ahmadan Dalago's claims. According to him, if the Americans were not in agreement, the bombs would not reach Sudan. Egypt's Ministry of Foreign Affairs have denied the accusations regarding the participation of its air force in the continuing war in Sudan. And Victor Boniface Nigerians that there is no law of the 2025 Africa qualifying double-header against the Mediterranean Knights of Libya. Boniface said this while assuring Nigerians that the Super Eagles will try their possible best to get a victory against Libya, 5 AFCON qualifier at the Godswill Akpabio Stadium on Friday. Please making the round to update you at the top of the hour. I am Oksheni.
Even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion. Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
Welcome to the program. I am Okpeyemi Owosheni. We start off with business news. Governor Layemi Cardoso of the Central Bank of Nigeria has defended the bank's recent decision to raise the monetary policy rate to 27.25%. Excess money in circulation and inflation. He emphasized that leadership often requires making difficult choices to ensure long-term stability over short-term comfort. Cardoso also highlighted the importance of trust in central banking, citing the implementation of the electronic foreign exchange matching system as a step towards enhancing transparency and providing more accurate oversight of foreign exchange transactions. He acknowledged that while some decisions, such as floating the naira, have faced criticism, they were necessary to align the official exchange rate with market reality and reduce speculative trading in the country. And now in a call for more, the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria has urged the Nigerian government to develop a comprehensive bill was made by MAN's Director General Segun Ajayi Kadiri during a forum marking Nigeria's 64th independence anniversary. Ajayi Kadiri emphasized the need for better coordination between key government ministries, including industry, trade and investment, finance, and the Central Bank of Nigeria. He advocated for accountability in policy making, suggesting that government officials should face consequences for implementing policies that adversely affect industries and businesses. We'll go on a short break now and be back with more stories in the corporate world.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
Wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the Go-To app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Other Paper Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
And it's true.
Of course, I told you.
Corruption not in my country.
Hello. Alahaji. Right now I'm in Abuja. No. Hello? Adamu. Anu. Yes. When I get back, I will just call you. Look, what is wrong with you? I'm talking on the phone and you are gesticulating and doing. What's wrong with you?
Daddy, where exactly are we as we speak?
Are you alright? This is Lagos.
Well, you just lied to someone that we're in Abuja.
Keep quiet there. Who told you you can tell an elderly person is lying?
Just lied. And by lying, you're raising corrupt children for the future of Nigeria. That is corrupt. Not in my country.
Corruption not in my country.
Welcome back. United Bank for Africa has posted a 40% growth in gross earnings to 1.37 trillion naira in the first half of 2024 from 981.77 billion naira in the prior period of last year. The Pan-African Banking Group of 2 naira share for a 300% increase from the 0 naira 50 kobo declared in the same period of 2023. Now, this was disclosed in its audited financial result for the first half ended June 30th, 2024, filed with the Nigerian Exchange Limited. In the period under review, the bank's interest income soared by 134.3% to 1.003 trillion naira, up from 428.2 billion naira in June 2023. And Nigeria's Tier 1 bank, Zenith Bank, has announced that its customers can perform transactions seamlessly on all its channels. The bank disclosed this in a notice that it was released on its website. Now, this comes after the bank had earlier announced service disruption on October 1st due to system maintenance. In an update, Zenith Bank urges customers that services have been restored across all its channels, including Zenith Bank debit, credit, and prepaid cards, automates internet banking platforms, and agents nationwide. We'll go on a short break now, but still to come on the program. Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative unlocks $175 million in private sector investment in critical infrastructure in the last year. I'll bring you details of this and more after the short break. Welcome back. The Nigerian government says the Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative has unlocked $175 million in private sector investment in critical infrastructure in the last year. The Minister of Information and National Orientation of Nigeria, Mohammed Idris, gave the update in a statement on X on October 1st. According to him, Nigeria now has 125 conversion centers, up from just 7 a year ago. Idris also said that the biggest advantage is that CNG is much cheaper than petrol and diesel and will all bring down the cost of transportation and commuting by over 60%. In the last year, the presidential CNG initiative has unlocked $175 million in private sector investment in critical infrastructure, and Nigeria now has 125 conversion centers, up from just 7 a year ago. Now, this development comes as cost of transportation influenced by the high cost of petrol in the country. Now, let's discuss. Ogunshola now joins me on the program. Many thanks for joining me on the program, Mr. Ogunshola. Now, how significant do you think the projected 60% reduction in transportation cost from CNG will be for the average Nigerian household? And then what economic ripple effects might we expect from this change?
Okay, government already talking about 60% reduction in the price of transportation for Nigerians. The problem we're going to have is the number of buses. How many Nigerians will have access to the CNG buses? The CNG buses are not going to be enough, except if governments are willing to flood the states, because it's not only FCT, we have 36 states plus FCT. So the buses might not be enough. So maybe possibly just a few people will be enjoying the reduction. And talking about 60% reduction is going to be a good one, but the problem is that just a few people might have access to this court, and maybe we will not be experiencing the overload of people standing in the buses, people struggling, to enter this bus because of the pay cut. So that's the angle at which looking at.
Now, the initiative has reported $175 million in private sector investment. What will you say are the potential long-term impact of these investments on Nigeria's economy and infrastructure at large?
Yeah, if the private sector will be willing to invest in the CNG, yes, it will bring about reduction in, the price of energy. It will also bring about increase in production for the private sector. They will be able to produce more at a lower cost because they are no longer using the diesel and the petrol, which is very expensive, because CNG is actually cheaper. But except if they are going to also pay a cost of conversion from the diesel and the petrol to CNG. That's another cost. Though the government is saying for some time it's going to be free, so that people can convert, but the conversion points are really not enough. Still not so will back from petrol or diesel to CNG. So, but investments in CNG will help actually to reduce costs. It's just like people investing in solar and people still on the national grid. You see that people on solar would be spending little or nothing using the increase